Good evening, everyone. My name is John Higdon. I'm the mayor of Matthews. Welcome to our July 10th Board of Commissioners meeting. I'd like to start with some introductions. On my left and your right is Commissioner Renee Garner. Commissioner Larry Whitley is not with us tonight. Next to our Mayor Pro Tem Ken McCool, dapperly dressed tonight. This is our Assistant Town Manager, Malia Gordon. Ms. Hawk is not available this evening. This is Craig Bowie sitting in for Charlie Buckley, our town attorney. Commissioner Mark Tofano, Commissioner Gina Hoover, Commissioner John Urban, our town clerk, Lori Canapino, our planning director, Jay Camp, and our communications coordinator, Maureen Keith. I'd like to ask Commissioner Hoover to give tonight's invocation.
Okay. I hope everyone had a wonderful July 4th. I know we're about a week from it, but I would like to quote a prayer by Billy Graham in honor of July 4th, and it's called a prayer that God will heal our nation. Because I can't read my own writing, I'm sorry. Okay. Lord, remind us today that you have shown us what is good and what you require of us to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with our God. We ask that as a people, we may humble ourselves before you and seek your will for our lives and for this great nation. Help us in our nation to work as never before, to strengthen our families and to give our children hope and a moral foundation for the future. So may our desire be to serve you, and in doing so, serve one another. This we pray in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoover. I attended a few Billy Graham crusades back in the day, and he's a great man from this area. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag. Now I'd like to ask our Assistant Town Manager, Malia Gordon, if we have any additions or deletions, changes to the agenda tonight.
No additions or deletions tonight.
Entertain a motion to adopt our agenda as printed.
So moved. Second.
A motion by Mayor Pro Tem McCool, a second by Commissioner Urban. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Move on to public comment. Anyone who's registered in advance will speak first. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. Missed an agenda item. Move on to agenda item number 5 first before we go on to public comment. Presentation of Nancy Glenn Community Service Award. It's my hope that this many people in the audience, many of you are here tonight for that and not to hang us or something else. But I'd like to turn the podium over to Bill Helms and start the presentation, please, sir.
Thank you. Mayor, commissioners, staff, citizens of Matthews. My name is Bill Helms, and I'm the president of Matthews Human Services Council, and we welcome you tonight to the presentation. In case you didn't know, we present this award every year to a worthy individual, and we have a very worthy individual tonight who's going to be receiving it. Human Services Council, in case you don't know, our mission is to enhance the quality of life for the people living in the Matthews area by collaborating and being the driving force with local nonprofit agencies, organizations, and institutions to help resolve the needs of the Matthews community. In case you don't know what the Nancy Glenn Award is, it is an award that's presented in honor of Nancy Glenn. She was a true community servant. Nancy represented all that is good about the town of Matthews. She gave of her heart and love through the selfless acts of time and dedication to help those in need by supporting many of our local nonprofit agencies. For her outstanding commitment and service, the award is presented annually to a person who demonstrates such inspiration, dedication, and commitment to Matthews and the surrounding area and the nonprofit community. I'd like to recognize Elizabeth Carpenton from Common Heart, who's going to read the comments from the nomination form. Elizabeth?
Thank you. So this recipient, I had to cut this nomination form down from 2 pages to 1, or else we'd be here for a lot longer. This person served with the Matthews Police Department for 30 years, 24 of those years as police chief. Joined the Kiwanis Clubs of Matthews in 1992, learning about them after having been recognized as Police Officer of the Year. And he continues as an active member after 30 years. He served twice as club president, 10 years as secretary, and was honored 5 times as Kiwanin of the Year. He led club efforts in assuming leadership over several different high school key clubs and oversaw the creation and leadership of the first homeschool key club in the Carolinas. He served as a member of the board of COS Kids, as a police officer, and as a civilian up until just a few years ago. Upon retirement from the police department in 2017, he joined the staff of Matthews United Methodist Church, now serving as the Associate Director of Age Level Ministries, coordinating and serving with all ages from infants to college and young adults. He teaches Sunday school and small groups for kids and teens, leads home repair and inner city mission trips, sometimes back to back, leads a youth basketball league that in the 2022 and 2023 season had 276 players representing over 15 schools in our area. I do not know a single person who embodies servant leadership like this person does. Whether it's hanging string lights for a family worship service, crouching in crawl spaces on a mission trip, or taking a teenager to lunch to listen to whatever is on their mind, he does it all. At an event, he is the first to arrive and the last to leave, making sure everyone gets home safely and all cleanup is taken care of. He not only serves the youth of Matthews United Methodist, but kids and youth involved in key clubs throughout Matthews. And yet, through all of that, finds time to prioritize his wife, his children, and his dog Bentley. Rob is truly a gift to anyone who meets him. The tagline of the Nancy Glenn Award is changing the community with a giving heart. I cannot think of a single person who embodies this quite like him. He has devoted his life to protecting, serving, and loving the town of Matthews and all of its neighbors. It is time for him to feel the love and receive the recognition and honor that he deserves.
So, just in case you're wondering, on behalf of Matthews Human Services Council's board and its members serving our community, we'd like to present the 2022-2023 Nancy Glenn Award to Rob Hunter, Associate Director of Age Level Ministries, Matthews United Methodist Basketball Ministry Commissioner, and former Matthews Chief of Police. Rob?
So for those who know me, know I'm usually not short at words. But tonight, this is humbling and honoring. I had the privilege of knowing Nancy and working with her and serving with her in this community. And she did set the standard for this. The hearts of the people that came together to create this award in her name knew the love that she had for this community and lived it every day. And I'm just humbled to be honored in her name and for serving this community, because I love this community. And I will say that with all those things that were mentioned, I owe this mostly to my family, because I will say for them, my wife Connie and my son Jared are here. My daughter Debbie is in Florida. They suffered my absence a lot from mission trips and all these kinds of things. And I am thankful for that, and I love them for that. Thank y'all very much.
So we're going to take a few photos. One thing I want to know, Rob goes to my church, Matthews United Methodist, and how has he got all these decades of experience? I thought he was like 35 years old. But this plaque will hang at Town Hall with Rob's name engraved on it in perpetuity, so we can always remember this night. And Rob, it's been great knowing you. You've been a great asset both for the town and our church and the community. So thank you so very much. And now I will reward you by having your picture made with me. That's all right. You know, I do recall going to a church event a few weeks ago, very early in the morning, and Rob was there setting up for the basketball tournament. And I had to come back late in the evening and he was still there. So he'd been there all day. So he is a great public servant. Now we'll move on to public comment. Anyone who's registered in advance will speak first. And after that, anyone in the audience that wishes to speak will be able to if they wish. And then we'll see if there's anybody online that wants to make a public comment as well. We did have one gentleman sign up, James Harzensky, sir. Podium is yours.
Mayor, Commissioners, I'm Jim Ardzinski, 619 Meadow Lake Drive, Matthews, North Carolina. I'm here to talk about the land acquisition near Chipwood Lane, or how $1.5 million purchase is now over $2 million. The proposed purchase of the property at 1260 620 Idlewild Road demonstrates to this voter that budget or fiscal restraint is not a phrase the town of Matthews government understands. 3221 Chipwood Lane was purchased in 2022 for $1.5 million. This year, it appears 29 acres was not enough. It does not have suitable public access. Thus, the town of Matthews proposes to add another $500,000 to buy property for an access road. 12620 Idlewild Road is that property. The proposed purchase will add $500,000. And by the way, the assessed valuation of this property is $485,800 in the new evaluation to that original purchase to make the total outlay of $2 million for this future park. Yet to be added is the money to develop the park, build the access road, and maintain the park. Per the handout in the agenda, $250,000 comes from the money given to Matthews for the McKee Road Park at McKee Road in Pleasant Plains by the former Erickson Group. With Matthews diverting money from the McKee Road Park Fund, does this mean that the McKee Road property will no longer be a park? Windsor Run may be interested in that concept. Plus $150,000 comes from the general fund. And I'm not sure what bucket the balance of $100,000 sits in. I do know, though, that it's taxpayer money. As I now understand that since the McKee Road Fund is for parks in general, why not make it simple and just commit the full $500,000 to this purchase? Make it and keep it simple. That's just a random common sense thought. Based on what's not being said, the skeptic in me says this will not be the last purchase of land in this area. Just look at the map. There's lots of large acre property around this park. Either the city is going to end up trying to buy this land or it's going to end up in rezoning in the future. On the east side of Highway 74, near Mint Hill, there's a 125 plus acre Idlewild Park. Less than 3/4 of a mile from the Chipwood Lane acreage is the 120-acre Percy Halsey Park, a park the town of Matthews is funding and developing for Mecklenburg County. My point here is that this makes 3 large acre parks near the border with Mint Hill. It has been rumored or reported that Mayor Higdon wants to be known as the parks mayor. Well, Mr. Mayor, this field of dreams is contributing to the largest tax increase in recent history for the town of Matthews, and for many, a financial nightmare. Tax increases of 50, 60, 70% or more for many in Matthews. Myself was 40%. This goal is being burdened on the backs of the Matthews taxpayers. I would encourage commissioners to vote no to this purchase. Many of us remember before the bond referendum, we were told by sitting commissioners in an apparent effort to deflect the bond's full impact, the taxpayer, that they, the commissioners, would be prudent in the spending of our money. Well, in June, this board voted to increase the property taxes as stated earlier in the 50 to 70% range, thus demonstrated the shallowness of those words. A yes vote here reinforces the continuation of an overly generous, maybe even reckless spending habit. It reinforces my opening statement that fiscal or budget restraint is a phase that will never be associated with the current government in the town of Matthews. Many of you will be seeking re-election. And if past campaigns hold true, you will be circulating flyers stating you want to finish what you started. I'm sorry, we can't afford that. That's my comment on the Chipwood Lane. Since I have a minute left, I would like to add a separate comment on e-scooters. I have written to many of you on e-scooters. I've circulated a report in October of 2022 on e-scooters. In that report, I documented many situations of e-scooters and how they're in violation of the town's recommended practice. That report is still valid, by the way. Update on that. Personally, I've seen minors riding scooters. I've seen scooters scooting up and down East Trade Street on the 2 blocks that is supposed to be blocked off. I've heard reports from the merchants in that area that scooters are operating on East Trade Street. You're also now seeing minors operating private scooters in these areas. Scooters have been left on the road, on storm drains, on handicap pads, at crosswalks. They've been next to fire hydrants, in the middle of sidewalks, sometimes in the upright position, sometimes in the horizontal position, which we call a dead bird. Shooting across crosswalks without regard to traffic has also been seen. Please look at my report from October. I've had several recommendations in there. I've only heard from 2 commissioners.
Thank you,
since I
Mr.
read that
Hardinsky. Your
report.
time's up, sir. I do feel compelled to correct one of the things you said. The Erickson property donation was not for a McKee Road park. It was for any park in the town of Matthews, sir.
I did mention that in the report, Mayor Higdon.
Okay,
And
well,
I would like.
that's not what you just said, though. So why don't you get your facts straight if you're going to speak to the public. Thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to speak now on any topic? Do we have anybody online, Maureen? All right. Move on to item 7, recess.
Sorry, there's a written comment.
I'm sorry, we have a written comment. Go ahead, Lori.
This is a written comment from Jim Dedman of Golden Hill Road, and he writes, in regards to item 11A and the diverting of funds to buy property at 12620 Idlewild Road, I would hope the council will vote no. If approved, I find this to be another example of runaway spending by some members of this board who weren't comfortable with either dropping the rainy day fund by 1% or putting the $450,000 back in the pockets of taxpayers from whence it came. Working at Windsor Run, I know there are more than a few residents who think that the money from the deal with Erickson included money to help build a park that could be enjoyed by the residents and neighbors in the area. My understanding is that the town management feels these funds are free to be used anywhere they see fit, even if it's to build yet another park on the opposite side of town that would not benefit anyone in the area from which it came. Talk about a bait and switch by this mayor and his cohorts, if approved. Why not take that money and invest it in the land already owned by the town and build the park near Windsor Run that had been talked about? Or is the rumor true that the mayor has designs for an elementary school on the site instead engaging in more horse trading with Charlotte Mecklenburg schools? Considering the fact McKee Road extension is still off in the future, this would make McKee Road and Pleasant Plains traffic another traffic foobar courtesy of our mayor. This mayor and this council need to be reminded that they nitpicked the cost for the new fire station, part of the town's infrastructure that should be their number one priority, but yet have no problem finding money in the budget for land for property that will total a $2 million investment that doesn't even include construction and maintenance costs.
Are there any other comments? All right, move on to agenda item number 7, recess the regular meeting for public hearings on applications to amend our unified development ordinance and land use map of the town of Matthews.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem McCool, second by Commissioner Urban. All in favor? Any opposed? All right. Public hearings will last until 10 p.m. If any public hearing has not opened by then, it will be continued to August 14th. Jay, could you introduce our planning board members in attendance, please?
Sure thing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, everyone. Here on our first 2 rows are our Vice Chair, Howie Lavner, Tom Dorsey, Chris Huzar, Doug Rose, and Bob Jackson. And I think we've got a few. Anybody else I missed? And everybody was in different seats tonight. All right. Thank you. Yeah, we're down to. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jay. So as a reminder, people may speak on public hearing items only once during the public hearing. If you wish to speak tonight and the public hearing is continued, you will not be able to speak at the continuance public hearing date. So we'll start with item A, zoning application 2022 Midfield Station to change the zoning classification from R15 to E&T on that certain 66.85 acre site south of Matthews Mint Hill Road and north of the Sportsplex, seeking mixed-use development consisting of multifamily units, single-family attached units, and non-residential uses, and being further designated as tax parcels 215-081-13 and 215-081-33. This was continued from June 12th. Darren Hallman.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, so okay, sorry, we have a new pointer up here, so I'm just trying to familiarize myself. Right, so this is the rezoning application for Midfield Station. This is the property. It is kind of near Matthews Mint Hill Road and Sports Parkway. So this is the property directly behind what's currently the Briley now. This rezoning is actually going to cover 3 separate properties. One is actually the southern portion of the Briley rezoning. It'll be updating. This will supersede that zoning. That's currently where the stormwater BPMs are located for the Briley. So those will go away as part of this project, and they'll be transitioned into a regional stormwater facility. It includes the vacant, currently R15 property. And then it also includes the property behind Elevation Church. In between, just also in the area, recently the NRP project was just approved in between the site. So in total, the project area includes a little over 72 acres. Currently, it is vacant. You can kind of see the outline right there. And the property behind that, behind Elevation. The only previous zoning application that's happened with this site was the Matthews mixed use zoning that happened again just south of where the Briley apartments are. Right, so this the proposal will feature an extension of or provide reservation or right of way for Independence Point Parkway extension. That'll eventually go through the former Briley side. Additionally, they'll also be providing an east-west roadway connection. That will extend back to Sports Parkway. That in-between connection, that'll be made by NRP during their rezoning. And then eventually, right now, I believe the plan is to tie that back into Crestdale in the future. Additionally, they'll also be making a connection back into Crestdale through the Graylock Ridge Extension project.
So well, the site's also been broken up into a few different development areas. Have a little bit more of that on the next site or the next slide. The projects they're being the use is being proposed right now. The applicant is requesting 814 multifamily dwelling units, 200 one-family attached dwelling units. They are requesting the option to trade the dwelling units at a ratio of 1-to-1, depending on future site plan or future development within that area. So if they were unable to do, or if they were able to provide and did like, say an extra 50 townhomes, it would remove 50 townhomes from the multifamily. So it's kind of a moving target on that. Additionally, they are requesting up to 221,250 square feet of non-residential uses within the district. And then we do have a schematic site plan. So kind of the heart of this project is right up against where the current Briley apartments are. Those stormwater ponds, those will be converted over. The applicant is providing parkland, or they're going to be providing kind of like a park area as part of that. Additionally, there'll be a hotel, there'll be a vertical mixed use building. So we'll have retail on the first floor and commercial. And then behind that, there's also a residential building. The townhomes mentioned a moment ago, they'll be over on the west side of the site. So that's what will back up to the existing Crestdale neighborhood. Additionally, the other two larger portions for the development, those are currently being left blank. So right now what they're doing is they're just requesting that the zoning come in place, and then they'll come back to the board for future site plan approvals and elevation approvals. And then the main purpose of kind of leaving those areas blank is we're really not sure what will go in there or what the final end user will be. So it gives the town and the applicant or in the owners a little bit of flexibility on what those final designs look like. And we have a colored rendering of the site plan as well. This kind of shows everything as it flows together. So you have the previous rezoning up above it, just kind of showing the final build out of that, or future build out, excuse me. And then what's being proposed right now, as well as the vacant areas. The applicant's also proposing, there will be a greenway connection through this site, so that will tie back into the existing the Sportsplex's existing greenways. So the applicant hasn't provided definitive elevations yet. Those will be submitted on a building by building basis, but they have provided some renderings to really highlight what this area is going to become. So you can kind of see we've got the light rail station right here. This is that park area, plaza area that I mentioned earlier. Right now, I think they were planning on having some food trucks in that area, as well as 2 smaller commercial buildings. That alleyway that's shown, or that street that's shown right there, that would remain a private alley with the option of, that way they retain the option of closing it as needed for like any events that are out in the area and just turning it over into pedestrian area. As well, from that greenway area back down into the future east-west road, given the elevation of site, there is some terraced seating and staircases that lead back down to that. And then as part of this rezoning, really through the efforts of the applicant, CATS, and the town, we're really starting to finalize what that IPP Silver Line extension is going to look like through here. So the applicant is attaching elevations for what that street cross section will look like with the Silver Line station. And then without the Silver Line station. Additionally, they are providing a cross section for that east-west street. So the applicant is requesting flexible design standards with it as part of this application. This would include flexibility requirements for our minimum tree canopy requirements, parking area and driveway access, block links, ground floor minimum heights, public entrance from residential and commercial height requirements. And for this one, that's more of an elevation from the actual sidewalk. And then first floor elevation interest requirements waived. Then a few for the architecture as well. Trying to point out any major ones. Right, and then just a few more regarding the architecture and the windows. Right, so initially, this area has been under study essentially since 1999. Again, originally the Sportsplex was, it was originally intended to be a landfill, and through efforts from Town of Matthews and Mecklenburg County, we were able to kind of come together and provide a little bit more focus. So now we have the Sportsplex Park as we know it today. Really, it's kind of thought of as like an urban scale neighborhood to support the Sportsplex. Really mixed use mix of uses in there, as well as a transit hub with the future Silver Line. And then currently it would be consistent with those proposed policies that we have in place. So we did get the CMS statement. This is an older one from their original application. However, we did receive updates to this for the current school years. So for Matthews Elementary, it's currently showing 131 on the screen, but that would actually drop to 120, 120% for the current. The Crestdale would drop to 98%, and Butler High School would drop to 105. And we'll provide a copy of this in any future updates. That way that you have it.
Eric, why is that dropping?
So that could be a combination of things. I know one of the things, I know what's not included in here is the, in these calculations are the modular classrooms or the learning cottages. So it could potentially be like the shifting of students,
Reassignments and stuff?
reassignments, things like that.
Okay.
Right, and then just some general staff comments that we have so far. So this is in the ENT overlay district. This ENT overlay district, during the original Brawley rezoning, it didn't exist. So for the NRP and this one, this will be the first one. So they do have the limits for no single users larger than 70,000 square feet. It's kind of help weed out any big box retail. Additionally, kind of unique to this is if you'll remember during the NRP rezoning, we also did a text amendment as part of that. Because this application came in at around, it came in before that approval, this site does have permit choice when it comes to that. So we could default back to the old 40,000 square foot or 40,000 square foot of non-residential space being required before a certain number of residential dwelling units are made. However, with what they're proposing and kind of their timelines or the way that they're seeing that build out, I don't believe that'll be an issue. And then there's just some general requirements for making sure that we have at least 140 feet of right-of-way dedication for Independence Point Parkway and Silver Line. Then there's some general comments about the Greenway, just making sure we're scheduling that or working with Mecklenburg County on that to tie that back in. Maybe looking at Independence Point Parkway and how that's going to extend or how we'll get that to the property line or where we're going to cut that off. We need to revisit our public improvements on that. There's a few other things. So there is a Boynton Road extension. It's shown on the site plan right now. There is a small section of that is currently owned by the bowling alley. That's outside of the scope of this rezoning. So what they're doing is they're planning for that right of way, and they would be providing that right of way, but that actual street, we wouldn't be able to build it all the way through until that property acquisition happens in the future. And then as part of this, it's really going to be the I and M site plans. I'll go back to those real quick. But as part of this rezoning application, they're requesting site plan approval for those sections. So I believe right now with the conditional notes, the site plans will be approved, and then we'd just be seeing building elevations come back. But that's going to be, that would be the central area, and then as well as these townhomes. And I believe these three buildings right here are connected as part of that. So initially what they're asking for will be this central portion, mixed use portion. Right now, staff is recommending that we continue the public hearing until next month. The main reason for that, this is a large site, or this is a large rezoning. Additionally, later tonight, you'll be hearing an administrative amendment for the property above it. That'll be tying in and kind of setting those cross sections for the future Independence Point Parkway and the light rail. So we really want to make sure everything ties in together. Additionally, the current site plan that we haven't had a chance to send it to the Development Review Committee. This is an update, and we received that after that. So we are asking just for a little bit more time to make sure we dot our I's and cross our T's. Then, as mentioned, other departments haven't had a chance to comment yet or fully comment, and we still are waiting on the completion of the TIA. We do have drafts for that, though.
Darren, can you explain to us what the difference between dedication and reservation is?
Right. So with right-of-way dedication, the applicant would be required to dedicate the right-of-way. That's the typical process for any type of major subdivisions that come in. Generally, as part of that, we do require that they dedicate the actual streets that they'll be building or constructing. And then with right-of-way reservation, they're just setting aside land for future roadway improvements.
Okay, Commissioner Tufano?
Thank you. This may be for the applicant. Is the applicant here? Yes. The 814 multifamily dwelling, how many are rental and how many are purchase?
Yeah, before we answer that, are there any other questions for Mr. Hallman, Commissioner Urban, and Commissioner Fano? We'll get back to your question.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so Darren, these total amounts that we're talking about, are they inclusive of Area P or not? So the 814, the 100, so that's all inclusive. Okay, so we're talking in totality. Okay, that answers that item. Then I want to get clarification. The road types, we have one that says road street A, and then we have it's an unnamed road, but it's obviously a type A. I'm assuming that that X and Y road system there are classified as A, requiring the minimum 50% retail. It's based on that text amendment we did not too long ago.
Right. So that's where that comment came from. So because of the timing of this, the applicant does have permit choice with that. So they'll be able to choose whether they're going to be following the older text or the newer text.
Unless I so ask them to choose.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, be prepared, petitioner. So, all right. So it's an if and or but situation there. Okay.
Right.
So, and then what you're saying is only two more questions, that we're only really in this public hearing, and what we'll look to after we close the public hearing is really just talking about area I and M. So not only will P come down the road later, You also have area N, which is right up against the rail line that we later. Because there's an I, and M is in mother, and N is in Nancy. So Nancy is not part of this conversation either.
Can you highlight those on
Okay,
the,
okay,
the
so-
screen for us?
Yes,
please?
that right there.
This one.
That is not part of this. So we're just dealing with I and M. And N is, so I, M, and N. Okay. Because that clearly looks like non-commercial space. All right, so then my last question for you, Darren, is in the flexible design standards, first floor elevation entries requirements waived. That sounds like a little bit of a word salad. Explain.
So I'm not sure.
So we're
That
just
would
gonna-
be part of the staff would like more time to review
Okay.
for us to ask that questions as well.
All right, I will want that clarification. All right. Okay, that's all I have.
Okay.
Any other questions for Darren before going to the applicant? All right, Mr. Carmichael, you want to give your presentation and then we'll circle back to Commissioner Tofano.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the Board of Commissioners and members of the Planning Board. I'm John Carmichael. I'm here with the applicant, Prophet Dixon Partners. With me tonight are Ashley Peterson of the applicant. And we've got Richard Petersheim and Hattie Pavlik, or Brett Reeder of Land Design, and they're available to answer questions. Ashley will address you shortly. As Darren indicated, the site contains about a little over 72 acres and it's located between the Briley, also known as Matthews Mixed Use, and the Sportsplex. It's comprised of this parcel here, that parcel there, and then a portion of the Matthews Mixed Use site. The site is currently zoned R15. The large majority of the site is zoned R15 and is light green. And then the Briley portion of the site, or the Matthews Mixed Use portion of the site, is currently zoned ENT. The applicant would be requesting a change of conditions for the ENT portion of the site and the rezoning of the R15 portion of the site to the ENT zoning district to accommodate a mixed-use development that would be comprised of 814 multifamily dwelling units, or a maximum of 814 multifamily dwelling units, 200 townhome units. There would be the ability to convert multifamily dwelling units, up to 100 multifamily dwelling units, to townhomes. And if you did that, then you could have up to 300 townhomes, but only 714 multifamily units. So it'd be a 1-to-1 ratio, as Darren indicated. Additionally, as a part of this request, the applicant will be seeking the approval of up to 221,500 square feet of non-residential uses, and then a maximum 120 room hotel. It could not be an extended stay hotel. Ashley's going to go over the plan with you, but I just want to point out a couple things quickly. This is development area M next to Crest Hill. It could only be townhomes, could not be multifamily, could not be commercial. And then Ashley will describe in a little more detail a buffer that would be provided adjacent to the Crestdale community. As part of this request, the applicant is asking for site plan approval for these portions of the site, but not building elevation approval. If this were rezoned, they were moving forward to the development, they'd have to come back to this board for elevation approval. These areas here, they would have to come back for site plan and elevation approval. But to your point, Commissioner Urban, the density request that would apply to the entire site. I'm going to ask Ashley to give you kind of the design vision for the development, and then we're happy to answer questions. And once again, we have Mr. Petersheim and Ms. Pavlik, a reader, here to answer questions. So, well, we'll answer your questions, Mr. Tofano.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners, everyone. Thank you for your time. I'm Ashley Peterson. I'm a partner at Prophet Dixon Partners and extremely excited to be here and present on Midfield Station this evening. Darren did a great job of orienting all of you, but just as a reminder, we're just north of the Sportsplex and below Briley, which is a past project that we completed a couple of years ago. You'll see here the site plan that we all have been looking at and focused on. We really went through a lot of changes as we continue to work with staff and understanding your desires as a town board. And so you'll see the biggest shifts that we made here was really focusing on defined site plan areas that we wanted to bring your attention to in the forefront, and reserving flexibility in the future to potentially attract a greater user or, be able to down the road, continue to work with the town and understand the vision for what you have for the entertainment district. So that's why you see these two larger parcels being carved out of what we're talking about today. Really, the biggest thing that we wanted to focus on was creating the heartbeat and the central component that's going to draw people into the entertainment district. You'll see here that it's a little hard to orient yourself, but Briley's up to the left and you're looking down. 74 is kind of off in the distance. This station for the future Silver Line Sportsplex stop is right behind us with a hotel adjacent. But we really crafted this vision around a heartbeat and bringing a central community component. So this plaza, we are calling it Surrey Green. The main entry lane is Surrey Green Lane. And so we felt that this is a fantastic terminus to be able to bring people, honestly, people from all over. It's not just going to be Matthews citizens, but everyone that's visiting the town, going to the Sportsplex and provide a community atmosphere. You'll see a mixture of uses surrounding the public park area. It's going to be a privately owned park that's accessible to the public. You'll see that we have this vision to kind of bring people in to not only live, but to work, to play, to be able to have a coffee, to grab a sandwich, to on Saturdays have yoga on the lawn out there. As Darren alluded to, we have a private street in the hopes that we can be able to block that off on some Saturdays or Sundays and create an environment where people want to come and spend time and stroll around and maybe visit some pop-up vendors or be able to enjoy just being outside in the neighboring elements. A couple of different angles of the site. Broad uses of scale that are occurring here as well. So we really wanted to anchor Surrey Green with some more jewel box retail components and surround that with some higher density components in traditional transit oriented development. It's pretty pivotal to have some density elements right along the rail line, but really wanted to take advantage of stepping down the scale as you're drawn into the heart of the district. Another vantage point, looking back, you'll see the station off in the distance. It's a potential hotel just adjacent to the stop as well. This is looking up from that public street A that Commissioner Urban was just alluding to, looking back towards the plaza. So looking north towards Matthews Mint Hill Road. You'll see here that we anticipate taking advantage. There's a lot of topography across this site, as one can imagine. Being a 70-acre site, we have a lot of really fantastic natural elements that we're trying to embrace as much as possible. So really taking advantage of those topographic elements and drawing in some artistic applications from both architecture and landscaping elements. So you'll see that's terrace stairs that are leading up to Surrey Green. This is just to give you an idea of how large that space is that we're proposing. It's just over 104,000 square feet. And for context, the plaza right outside of Town Hall here is about 22,800. Stumptown is just under 50,000. So it's a really large, grand space that we feel like is going to provide itself a lot of opportunity to become a communal gathering spot that really just echoes everything that's fantastic that's happening in downtown Matthews currently. Some ideas of placemaking precedents that we really drawed some inspiration from. You'll see a lot of different mixtures of uses, a lot of public activation, and a lot of open green space area. A couple of very well done mixed use projects that we looked at in the Southeast area. You all might be familiar with some of these, but there were some really fantastic elements that we pulled from all of them as inspiration to set up how we wanted to situate Midfield Station. This overall shows some road connectivity and essentially where we're going to be providing some key elements that are currently not there today. So you'll see that Midfield Station in general has an opportunity to create not only vehicular access points, but also through greenway trails, so multimodal opportunities to connect pedestrians, people on bikes, and really be able to move users of the Sportsplex up and around Matthews more fluidly. At Prophet Dixon, we are neighbors in Matthews. We love the town of Matthews. We've been here a very long time. We developed Fountains Matthews and also the Briley. We continue to be large landholders. And this is just some examples of our past work that we've done here in the backyard. Yeah. Yeah, so Commissioner Urban, you had a question before about site plan approval and what we're going for. So on the other side of the station that's right next to that Duke right-of-way reservation, those are actually targeted commercial buildings. So the townhomes are residential, and then there's a residential component right there next to Surrey Green with other little commercial jewel boxes and some mixed-use elements at the ground floor there. I also wanted to point out, John mentioned this earlier, you'll see the little buffer that's adjacent to Crestdale. That's going to be at least a 25-foot buffer off of the neighborhood. So we're committed to having at least 25 undisturbed.
And then to answer your question, Commissioner Tufano, the 814 would be for rent units. I have other questions.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. So 814 are all for rent?
Correct.
Okay. In item 2, 2H. There's a reference at the last sentence. I don't know if that was a mistype or not, but it says that for the site referenced above in paragraph 2F, should that be 2G?
What are you referring to?
I'm referring to your notes on the application.
Which note?
2H.
Yeah, it should be 2G.
Should be
Yeah.
2G?
Right.
Okay, thank you. Also in 2G, the 221,000 square feet. Would that include if these were work-live environments where there was an office at the bottom floor, that would be included in that square footage?
It would not.
It would not. I was a little confused why you would eliminate the square footage of the base floor of the hotel, that it would not be counted toward the maximum footage. That it would seem to be to your advantage to make it count against it.
Well, hotels usually are, when in the context of zonings, are by rooms quite often, but they're comfortable with proposing the 221 in addition to the hotel.
In addition to the hotel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what had you envisioned this 221,000 square feet to be?
It could be a mixture of uses. You know, the market will dictate what those want to be, but we really want this to be a district that people want to come and spend time in. So it could be anything from food and beverage to soft goods to office, any number of uses from a commercial perspective. We don't have any specific tenant that we're targeting at this time, though.
So in all these lovely renderings, you didn't have a vision of what that 221,000 square feet was going to be?
Well, as I said, it could be a mixture of uses, and that's what we're predicting it will be. So food and beverage, retail, soft goods, office, things of that nature.
Nothing of major scope?
That's why the reservation is happening in the rest of the site, so that should there be an opportunity for a really exciting indoor sports program to come through and want to look at Matthews as a potential site to purchase or build on, then we have the entitlements across the entire district and we're able to apply those. So we would be able to look at the reserved area that we don't already have site plan adjusted, and look to do some sort of large user within that space.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
John, I think you can guess what my question is going to be about, but what's the affordable housing component of this? Is there one?
Well, Commissioner McCool, we're going to need to talk to Wyatt when he's out of the country, but we'll certainly address that.
I got you.
I was anticipating that question.
And then with the hotel, I can't remember, what's the height of the hotel going to be, or what's the planned height of that?
I think the maximum height in the district's 80 feet. So it couldn't be any taller than 80, but I
Okay.
don't know that they have that planned out yet.
Okay,
Commissioner McCool.
I got you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Urban?
Thank you, John and Ashley. So it could have took me from the sidebar here. Realistically though, the largest entertainment area and uses is built into design. That plaza is obviously the focal core where entertainment uses would want to lease and be a participant of. So in all this scope idea, or whatever the question was, it's built in. There's the ideation, there's the concept. We get that. So then I don't know what that square footage is around the plaza, but then there's that delta, what's left from the 221,000. And of course, in shopping center markets, everybody wants to be next to the big boy. So, you know, that core is going to generate lease up first, and then it's going to spread out from there. Still talking about the plaza, 104,000 square feet. Are there going to be covenants and restrictions that remains a public plaza because down the road, hey, the green space isn't cutting it for us, we want to go ahead and drop a building in it? You've already got, of the 104,000 square feet, you already have a roadway cutting through it. So that's taking out square footage. So the number is a little disingenuous. Can you talk to the plaza?
Yeah, I understand your point because it's picking up that private street just because our anticipation is that it will be closed a lot and going to have a lot of pedestrian activity happening there. But I understand your point that if you just solely focus on the green space and isolate out any buildings, then yeah, it's certainly less than 104. We haven't discussed any potential covenants to keep it public accessible. I'm sure that that's something that we could figure out and continue to ideate on. But our hope is that it does remain that, you know, if you think of some of the more fantastic places that you want to go and hang out, there is a public accessible right to it, and privately owned and maintained ensures that it continues to have to foster, because we have to have tenants in those spaces. We need to, you know, perform from that perspective, from an economical perspective.
So I think the language needs to be there that we're assured that the heart, you know, the heart of Matthews is downtown. The heart of this development is that plaza,
Right.
that it's there in perpetuity. And I'd read, you know, you'll get into more detail, but sort of, you know, is that street, you know, pavered or is it pedagrid? So there's grass growing through the pavers. So it's a visual extension of the plaza. You know, are you going to program it for food trucks, you know, in temporary nature and in permanent nature? You know,
Right.
Austin, Texas, they anchor those food trucks to the ground,
Right.
and they're an amenity. So that's something to think about. This is very early. I mean,
Yeah.
it's again, and I like the fact that you're allowing us to sort of chew on smaller parts of this, yet we know what the end goal numbers are.
Yeah, I hope that that's the way it's being presented. We just felt before it wasn't super digestible plan, and you're planning for such a large build out. It's hard to anticipate what the market's going to look like 13 years from now. So we tried to pick the areas of really high impact that we could all bring what we hope to come very shortly.
So I have some more items. So then sort of going back to the architecture, and it's that Risden McElroy
Yeah.
smoking mirrors, you know, we all come to love and enjoy. But I mean, the bottom line is that you've designed form-based buildings. They all look good. What's in them is what the market drives.
Right.
So if a Dave and Buster's wants to take 4 stories on that plaza at 100,000 square feet, have at it from that aspect of it. So I get that.
Right.
We had received an email from the environmental board, just put some thoughts to EV planning.
Yep.
That's on some people's minds, that's a high priority, on other people's minds and not a priority. But I think thinking about logistically how EV might fit into this and charging stations and all.
Absolutely.
Let's see. So I'm going to get to the question of phasing, but when I looked at the totality of the project, 72 acres,
Mhm.
and I just want to sort of put it out there, it's kind of interesting, is I'm expecting more green space to come out of this, especially in section P, because correct me if I'm wrong, in crude math, I'm only getting 13 plus or minus dwelling units to an acre.
Right. Yeah, well, and so you'll see too, we actually have, let me switch to this. It's a little difficult to see, but we've got wetlands on the site down in area P as well, which obviously are going to be very preserved. We've got the Greenway Trail happening. So this gives you a little bit of a flavor of where we think that things could end up. Obviously, because we're doing just a bubble plan in area P and then area T. It could shift from there, but I think it's hard to read from up here. But it looks like the greenway is a quarter of a mile. The multi-use path is a mile. We've got almost 6 acres of natural areas. So,
Well, I'm just curious because normally someone would come into this type of project and the numbers would be north of 20
right.
or 30 units to an acre. You go vertical, put the retail underneath. I think it's interesting that I think the original design, a la Kathy Ingridge, the density was higher. And so we got to realize that there's a pullback position here, and how that works out is going to, you look at that number, I can tell you automatically that's a 30 plus units to a dwelling acre, 30 dwelling acre units to an acre. So it's interesting that this process, it's a more rural kind of solution, sort of an urban flavor rural solution. But I want to get confirmation is that, yeah, we're down at 13 dwelling units an acre.
Yeah.
We're not pushing anything over the top. That
You're
I
right.
found
We're
very
trying
interesting.
to focus our density in areas that are really impactful and make more sense.
Pockets
Yes,
from that aspect.
exactly.
So then I'm very, very pleased with the 221,000 square feet of retail. It's really a little bit more than that. That would almost equal what we would traditionally see with a fully retail center
Right.
for that number of acres.
Mhm.
So it's it's interesting. We're getting a nice bang for the buck from that aspect of it. I like where things are going. I know things that evolve and change. I'll be interested to see what Crestdale says about the townhomes. I think you need to work on those buffers there. It would be really, really nice to look at connectivity for residents of Crestdale to be able to filter through the townhomes or buy the townhomes to get into this. It's as much as their
Right.
town as anything else. And so I think that this
Mhm.
would make a lot of sense to get that sort of porosity in the plan for people to get access, including, I don't know, it's not Combraco, John. What's the paint company right there? What's the big plant on which one is it?
Balla box.
Yeah, it's making sure that even people in the industrial, and Harris Teeter's across the street,
Right.
obviously,
Right.
are getting access, and we're making those connections from that aspect of it. So
Yeah, and Commissioner Urban, to your point about connecting through to Crestdale, that's part of the Graylock Ridge Road extension right there.
Okay.
So we will have vehicular
We're working that
pedestrian.
whole thing. into
Exactly.
good.
Yeah, so that's a big missing link that
Okay.
when we develop the townhomes, we'll be able to provide that access that then will get you out to IPP or whatever the name ends up being of that, and we'll give you the full access.
And I think my question about the type A and type B road, I know you can do the analysis. The question would be is if that X axis and Y axis were type As and you had to put all 50% retail in there, how much that 221 would it eat up?
Right.
But it seems to me that you've set up trade in John Street. For lack of a better
Yes,
word,
yes.
you've set up trade in John Street. And as you get deeper into P, that might be missing middle type product or something like that. It's more off the beaten path. I'm not quite sure you'll end up really having too many people traipsing through there, except for that connected pedestrian link, which I can envision is wide,
Yes.
Los Ramblas type feel, meandering from the sports facility up to the plaza. So
Yeah, and that's what our hope is that people spend their full Saturdays in the
Right,
district, that
right.
you're at the Sportsplex, you're going up the Greenway, you're hanging out in Surrey Green, walking over, getting an ice cream, having a sandwich, and meandering your way around the
So
district.
some good moves. I guess the question is that staff is recommended to continue. There's a lot of hanging fruit here, but let's see what the rest of the board says.
And Commissioner Urban, could I address one thing you said on the green space, the Surrey Green, and then open space in other areas, all that? We often will handle that with notes, like minimum size.
That's
So
fine.
Okay.
That's fine, but I want to be clear
Yes.
that 20 years from now, it's sort of like, well, it's our private plaza and I'm going to drop a
No, I mean,
10-story hotel right in the middle of it and that's the end of it.
A zoning condition.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Correct.
So we often do that and on plans like this, we could specify minimum size of the Surrey Green and that there would be open space areas provided in the areas in white and provide
Right.
sizes.
And I'd like to sort of, just like a shopping mall is not public space. You can't run around and do anything you want. We still need those notes that you're going to allow access to the general public to use it. You may have some mall rules, but that's okay. But the fact is that it's not going to be town of Matthews space. I'm assuming.
Right.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you.
I want to strongly let you know that I agree with the desire to have Surrey Green preserved in perpetuity and not taken away at some point in the near future or a long time from now.
That would not be, that's a result that we don't want either. That-
Commissioner Tafano.
Yes, the 221,000 square feet comes up to approximately 4.6 acres. What I would like to see is a breakdown of the acreage usage in this development. And I mean to detail, in other words, how many acres for the commercial space, non-residential, how many acres for the residential, right-of-ways, drainage, the green space. I want to make sure that all of this planning comes up to 72 acres. So if I can get an idea in my head how much of this land is dedicated to each of these uses, it would help me dramatically. Thank you.
Commissioner Garner.
I'll follow up on that comment with asking to do a little bit higher on the tree save than the minimum, which I guess the minimum is between 8 and 10%. So I'd like to see something a little closer to 15%. I'm sure that there are some heritage trees on the property and making those, significant trees for Matthews sort of a focal point. When the Briley was developed, it was a sort of a shock to see all the trees cleared. And so anything that we can do to maintain what's there. I'd also suggest going on the environmental committee's suggestions. You do have some flat roofs in there. And so maybe if there's a potential there for green space on the roofs. And I think that's it for my notes for now.
Thank you.
Any further questions or comments from Mr. Carmichael and Ms. Peterson? Anything from the planning board? Tyler? We have some from the planning board. We have some questions.
Thank you. The townhomes are going to be abutting the Crestdale community, correct? What notice has been given to the members of the Crestdale community about the meeting tonight and future meetings? Because I'm looking at here and I don't seem to see a lot of representation.
Well, when we had a neighborhood meeting, we sent notices to adjacent property owners, but we don't provide notice of this meeting. The town does that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we're happy to have additional conversations.
With the station being part of this, I didn't see an awful lot of parking for the station, and I would assume, following up on Commissioner Urban's comment about EV charging, I think that you'd want that to be part of that as well. And second, the Boykin Road extension. It sounds like that there's another property owner involved in making that happen. Is that somebody we can look forward to relinquishing a corner of his lot to do what we need to do?
It's a great question. I have had a couple of conversations with them. The bowling alley is owned by a REIT, and so they're very corporate. And conversations have been okay, but I wouldn't put a lot of emphasis on that being able to happen in the immediate term. But we continue to request that and try to be good neighbors and work through that with them.
How much property are we talking about?
So if you'll see where the bowling alley is located, they own that back swath. Yep, exactly, right through there. So the Boykin extension would go and connect into their road network that they have set up, their internal road network that they have set up. There's a lane that goes right along there. So it's making connection points through to there, which we would need easements and their ability to work with us on that. And to your point about parking adjacent to the station, you'll see there's parking indicated within the Duke right-of-way, just to the left of the station. Yeah, that's all designated parking area. This station specifically isn't targeted to be a park and ride station, but should that opportunity be needed for people to park and ride, we're going to have ample parking along the site.
Yeah, I would think if I lived in one of those townhouses or a piece of that rental property and wanted to go downtown,
Yeah.
of course, I guess they have a place to park wherever they live, but it may be easier for them to pull over there and park at the station.
Right. Yeah, understand. And yes, to your point, they will have their own parking within their dwelling area. Thank you.
Commissioner Urban.
So the townhomes keeps coming up and it's kind of interesting. One of the dilemmas in this whole piece is, oh, you get elevation approval later. But how much flexibility do we have down the road on the site planning aspect of it? Maybe it's a question to Darren and Jay, because what if you start modeling this thing and you're like, well, we want to do all rear load townhomes. Your site plan isn't set up for that. Your site plan right now looks like it's a mix of maybe 50% rear load and 50% front load. So how do you overcome, or how do we, Jay, how do we overcome that conversation? You've got to, if it's approved, let's say with elevation approval, this site plan pretty well locks you in. So how, I mean, you're going to back into it? Form follows function?
For that aspect, yes, yes.
Okay. That's your call.
Mr. Tufano.
Yes, just to clarify, and thank you, Mr. Labner, for bringing up that comment. That was excellent, because I had a question about it and forgot to ask it as well. Has the community meeting been held?
Yes.
Okay, and is the recording available for listening? Okay, thank you. And is that on the website, or is that by special request?
That should be on the website.
Okay. The question I had was, since the rezoning application is actually not those townhomes or next to Crestdale, or like, so are they actually obligated for us to contact them because it's within 200 feet of whatever the application is, correct?
The townhome parcel is next to Crestdale, Commissioner Tufano.
Right, but I mean, whatever's highlighted in white right now is what we're considering.
Oh, no, sir. You're considering the whole 72 acres.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, sir. So
All right.
it's you're considering, yes, you're considering the whole site.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Leffner.
All right. Are there any further questions or comments for the applicants? We have a recommendation from staff to continue this to our August 14th meeting.
I'd like to make a motion that we continue this to the August 14th meeting.
Anybody here tonight like to make a public comment regarding this application? Sorry. Does anyone here tonight care to give public comment on this in support of or not in support of this application? Does anybody online have a public comment? Now, we have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem McCool. Do we have a second to continue this to August 14th?
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. Move on to our next public hearing for zoning application 2023-779 Davis to change the conditions on the site plan and that certain OCD zoning site designated as 541 West Charles Street and further designated as tax parcel 193-251-13. Mr. Will.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. Good evening. As the mayor mentioned, this is application 2023-779. It's a change in zoning conditions. So they're looking to request not a change in zoning. The existing zoning is office conditional district. It is planned on remaining office conditional district. It's currently vacant. The applicant proposes to add duplex, residential duplex to the list of allowed uses to the existing office conditional zoning in order to construct a two-family attached dwelling. And this is the site. See if I can get the pointer going. There we go. It is off of West Charles and directly adjacent. Actually, I'm going to go back one to show some of the adjacent zoning is all office conditional. This is a street view of the parcel. Notice there's two very large willow trees and an access that goes right in between them. We'll come back to the willow trees, the oak trees on the site plan. The site is currently undeveloped with only a paved driveway to connect to West Charles. There's two very large and mature oak trees on either side of the existing driveway, which the owner wishes to retain. Parcel is located within the downtown overlay zoning district. Only non-residential structures are required to address road frontage in the downtown overlay zoning district. Previously, this portion of this was attached to John Street lot, and it was zoned office conditional under petition 359. And this was way back in 2000, so 23 years ago. All right, this is the previously approved site plan. As you can see, it includes parcel that was on West John Street and the current parcel, which is outlined in red on West Charles. We can see that the drive and the two oak trees were there at that time. In the previously approved site plan, these were the 5 or so, well, there's more than 5 uses, but these were the permitted uses that were allowed. So as you can see, the first one is dwelling, single family, one family attached dwelling. So currently a single family detached dwelling could be built on this parcel. The applicant, again, the request is to add duplex, single family attached. These other uses would remain. Offices, medical office, clinics, things like that. Okay, so this is the proposed site plan. I'm gonna use the pointer again here too. Here are the, here is one oak and another oak. The proposed site plan would improve the driveway between the two oak trees, put some parking on pervious surface behind the oaks, and then the building pad would be towards the rear of the parcel for single or two family attached residences. Let's see what we got here. The next, this is the site plan again, but with just some numbers. There's about 686 square feet of impervious driveway. So that is what connects to West Charles, and about 907 square feet of pervious parking that would be basically in between the oaks and the building pad. Staff comments and outstanding issues. Simple recommendation that we've talked to the applicant about to revise on there's a pervious pavement note on the site plan. And the applicant has indicated their use of pea-sized gravel on parking pads. So pervious pavement has the potential to damage root structures, whereas the use of the small gravel is less intrusive. We recommend just revising that note to not say pervious pavement. That also, Public Works has requested the dedication of a small amount of right-of-way along Charles for improvement purposes. And I think that is all I have from the staff report. The applicant is here, but I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have at this time for staff.
Any questions for Rob, Commissioner Urban?
So Rob, we're just adding to the change of the conditions.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Adding the use.
So is there any reason we can't add a condition like I'd like to see elevation approvals down the pipe? Because they're not saying they're going to build anything yet. They're just looking for a change of conditions and
Yes, sir.
adding that. And I know the infamous rezoning cases at the time of Joe Kleinman, that's about right. It was one page, few notes and a little scribble. If that is permissible, then I will ask the petitioner.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's something we can ask.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Rob? Commissioner Tofato?
Maybe this might wait till the applicant, is the applicant going to be giving a presentation? No?
Yes, they are.
Yes,
Okay, I'll
they,
wait.
they
then.
have one. Okay,
I'll wait. Thank you.
thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the elected officials? Planning board have any questions or comments for Mr. Will? All right, we have the applicants here, Nick Tosco and Rose Davis.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, commissioners, planning board members. It's good to be with you. My name is Nick Tosco and I'm with Pointer Sproul. I do represent the applicant, Rosa Davis, who is here along with her husband, Craig Davis. They are the property owners who plan to use the site to build the residential duplex that was mentioned by Rob earlier. And they're here to answer questions as well if you have for them. I do want to just give a little bit of background about them because I think it's always important for you all to know who it is that is developing in Matthews. So Mr. and Mrs. Davis both live in Matthews and Eden Hall, less than a mile from the subject site. They're both veterans. They are retired now. Mr. Davis is retired from the police force after serving for 30 years in Charlotte. And he's now a local minister and a national equity trainer. And then Mrs. Davis is retired after 30 years working for the federal government and is now a real estate broker. So that's a little bit about them. They moved here and started living in Matthews and looking for properties to develop. And they wanted to find a piece of property to develop that was nearby where they lived and that was in a vibrant area. And this fit the bill perfectly. So this is the site that we're here discussing today. As you heard, it is a small 0.26 acre site located at 541 West Charles Street. It's undeveloped currently. It does connect West Charles to West John Street and to the audiology office that's located adjoining this site here. And like Rob mentioned, it was a part of a conditional rezoning that was approved in 2000 when it was part of a larger site. It has since been subdivided. So now it's just this 0.26 acre parcel. You may remember this parcel because it has come up before you. I handled the one that was the Oaklaw distillery that they couldn't make work, and now they have their nice new site. But this site is difficult for a lot of reasons that we can discuss. But I think that Miss Davis has found a very good way to use this property that will add to the community. We've worked closely with staff, as Rob mentioned, to try to answer all the outstanding issues. We held a community meeting on June the 13th, and we had good attendance by all the adjoining property owners. And we discussed one of the things that came out of that community meeting and that staff discussed with us was the need to preserve those two mature oak trees. I want to say that they're maybe 100 years old. Is that right? They're very old and they're very large. And so Miss Davis on her own decided to contact a certified arborist and get an arborist report done to make sure that this plan that you're looking at tonight would not impact those two mature oak trees. And I have a copy of that report. If you all would like to see it, I can submit it, but the arborist has certified that this plan would not negatively impact those two mature oak trees. Another concern that was raised at the community meeting was making sure that that this site would not lead to further impacts for traffic and for parking issues. And so I think Rob may have misspoke a little bit in that we actually removed the commercial uses from this site plan. So because Ms. Davis only plans to either do a single family or a duplex, so there was no need to keep those commercial uses that were listed on the previous slide on there. So as a concession, we decided to just preemptively go ahead and remove those other uses from the site plan, the conditional approval. And as Rob mentioned, we have already informed staff that Ms. Davis is consenting to do the small gravel on the parking pad so that there won't be any issues with the mature oak trees. And she is also, of course, okay with the dedication for right of way as was recommended. So we think that this is a great amenity to this area and that it is consistent with the town of Matthews land use plan. It would give a variety of housing types in this area, preserve these natural trees and the natural beauty, and create a landscaping around this area and allow for the development of an attractive residential building. So we're happy to answer any questions that you may have, and we thank you for your time and consideration of this one.
Mr. Tosco, how many vehicles are envisioned being able to park on each one of those pads?
2, I believe.
You can fit 2 on there?
Yes. One to the
Any
right,
other-
one to the left.
Other questions or comments? Commissioner Tefano?
Yes, do you have a site plan of how this is going to position itself on this land?
She is
The
still
actual
working through,
duplex, the
yeah,
actual duplex?
yeah, I think she's still working through different iterations of it. And so right now we're just showing the parking
The
pad,
outline.
the outline and the
Mhm.
envelope of the building. But I believe it's a single story duplex that she's planning on developing there. And, you know, it of course is not going to take up that entire red box that you see there, but that's what's allowed under the.
Are you prepared to say what size each of these units are going to be in square footage? No?
Not yet, yeah.
Okay.
She's still working those details out.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Urban?
So, thank you for developing the property in terms of looking at diversity of housing types. We're looking for that, and I think that's a positive. I am not bothered at all if you want to reconsider striking all those other uses, because those uses are very complementary to residential, uses that are converted down the road. A house is very easily converted to dental, a house is very easily converted to a professional office. And yes, you could come back before the board 20 years from now and change the conditions, but it seems like why not give yourself some flexibility? Because the reality is what's adjacent to you, your neighbors are all professional offices from that aspect of it. So I'm not bothered either way. I like the fact that you're talking about, a duplex, could be a triplex. I'm not bothered by that. The only thing I ask is that no matter what you decide to put there, is that the condition is that there's elevation approvals, that the board gets to see, there's probably landscaping per ordinance, but we'd like to see what the elevations of the single family duplex office are down the road. Now, this is just a conditions change. So we don't know when you're going to be coming forward and saying, hey, here's what we're going to do. But if you could just add that, I'd be a happy camper.
That's a very common request. Yeah. Commissioner Garner?
I don't see the public comments in the public input notes. Was there a summary of the conversation submitted?
Yes, there was. I'm not sure. You were referring to the community meeting minutes? Yes.
Yeah, in the files online. I would like
Yeah.
to see that just, I don't know, sometime in the near future, just to know what that conversation was.
Okay. Yep. We definitely submitted them, so we can give those to you.
Commissioner Tefano?
Yes, you mentioned you were veterans. Yes, and the military veterans, I'm assuming. All right. And Marine Corps. And any Air Force? No, I won't hold that against you. I just wanted to say thank you very much for serving your country. I really appreciate that. And thank you for mentioning that. That was important. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from elected officials about the planning board? Yes, sir.
I looked at this property back when we talked about it before being a wedding chapel or something. The trees are beautiful, clearly need to save them. the edge of West Charles along there is degrading really, really badly. The driveway as it exists today is in pretty bad shape too. Hopefully there's a plan to deal with both of those issues. It looks like when you're looking at West Charles, that there's some drainage issues on that side of the road as well. So is there a plan to deal with all of that as part of this?
Yes, definitely. As you can see, so this is going to be a reconstructed driveway here, so that what you see there is not gonna stay, and it's in bad shape. So that would be, but you know, of course, we'll stay outside of the core area of the mature trees there. And then you can see that there is these new drainage facilities proposed here along West Charles. So.
This is Doug Rose. Also, the question about the additional right of way along, is that going to be along West Charles Street?
I believe so. I actually did not get where exactly that was from the staff report.
Because my question would be how much more, I'm glad the petitioner has saved the trees, but if the right of ways are going to encroach those trees, is my question.
Right. No, that's something that we will work with planning and public works. We'll work with the applicant to determine how much is that sweet spot and what would be necessary. So that's it's something that's still to be determined.
All right. Mr. Tavano.
Yes, on Charles Street, as this development starts to increase, I know that the plans for DOT is to close off Charles Street there on 51 eventually. But and so it will probably be not be a throughput street, but is there any plans with Public Works that you know of, Rob, to improve the condition of Charles Street? Because it is not in that great of condition at the moment. And as the development starts to increase on that land, that's going to be a factor. Thank you, Susan.
Yes, you can see Susan, town engineer, is approaching. She can answer that question for you.
Right.
Need to get a seat closer next time. A lot of breath. And thank you for your question about improvements on West Charles Street, Commissioner Tavano. In the CIP annual request every year, I put this one in. There are plans that were developed a couple decades ago for the improvements of Charles Street. Those plans need to be updated, and it is from the curbed section near Ames Street all the way up to 51. The last that I talked with DOT a couple of years ago, right before the freeze of all the projects, we asked them to keep Charles Street open at 51. So our plan is to keep this street open as a nice kind of comfortable bypass on John Street, not mostly for like bicycle riders and walkers and people going to the businesses along Charles Street, so they don't have to make those movements off of John Street. So two things: one, we want to keep it open at 51 and we will continue to advocate for that. And two, we do have a plan to improve Charles Street. It just has ranked very, very low on the board's priority of all the other priorities. You're welcome.
All right, we had two people sign up to speak about this hearing. One was Robert Meyer. Mr. Meyer, is he in the audience? Please approach the podium and give your name and address and whatever your comments are.
My name is Robert Meyer, address 541 West Charles Street. I've looked at this project. I'm adjacent to on the right side. I'm not opposed to the project per se, but I am quite concerned about the massing the size of the building. Right now, with the current footprint you're showing, all of the vegetation that is there will have to be removed. And if you look at the original conditional district one that was done in 2000, it was a condition that all of that planting be installed, several trees, shrubberies, stuff like that. That would be taken down. With a footprint of that size, you'd have a rather monstrous building with no no screening at all. I just think it's too much for that site to be of the size and massing it to have. Because you can have a 5,000 square foot building. I mean, I got a building with 3 times the amount of land, and it's only 4,200 square feet because that's all we can put in. So, and the only screening she would have would be across the back. So I'd like to see, I'm not opposed to the project, but I would like to see a smaller footprint and try to preserve as much of the existing landscaping, which is already there. It's quite nice. So that's my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer.
Mhm.
Roger Martin. A frequent speaker at our meetings.
Brought my water bottle in case I get long. Commissioners, Mr. Mayor, I'm Roger Martin, 2442 Bain Farm Road, Mint Hill. And I own 534 West John Street, which is a through lot all the way to Charles. I want to thank Commissioner Urban to start with for bringing up the elevations and details. Back in probably 2007, maybe, there was a lot of activity in this room by committee and planning staff about coming up with the downtown development plan, downtown overlay district. And this property is part of that. And that excited me because there was some available land. You knew it's probably going to be some turnover in properties over the years. And so as by chance, I had previously acquired that adjacent parcel. And I met with then Kathy English and the remaining staff, and we worked long and hard on what perhaps to do with my site. And I immediately acquired the assistance of a local architect. It was not Commissioner Urban. He had not grown into his position yet at that time. And that particular architect assisted me in coming up with some elevations and some site plan. Once he got through it with the initial work, a residential designer assisted me for the remainder of the time and came up with the existing 2-story building that Farm Bureau and Dr. Killian have as a podiatrist office. I was walking down the street one day after we basically had finished that building and met a gentleman who asked me who I was and what I had done there. So I told him I was the owner, and he shook my hand. He looked at me. He said, "You know, you've really done a good job on this building, but you've totally ruined it within the last few weeks." He said, "There is a single pane, a single window on the third level, which is the attic, and you chose to put a single shutter on that window. And that was because we had run out of space. There was not room to put a shutter on both sides of it." So I answered his question, and he still wasn't happy. As far as he was concerned, we had made some mistakes there. Since that time, Jay Camp and Kathy English have stated that you folks have, their planning staff had given that building out for some additional people that had come for rezonings as an example of what could be done. So a year or so later, well, actually probably about 8 years later, I built the building on the corner of West Charles and Lois, and spent a very good amount of time with a local architect, going back and forth with Jay and Kathy English just to make sure I was on the right path. And so both of those buildings conform completely with the downtown overlay ordinance. We did not ask for any variances to my remembrance. I think that since then, the downtown overlay has gradually and slowly progressed throughout downtown. We now have a piece of property across the road and a door or so down from the ice cream shop that a pretty good architect designed it, and it was built, and it looks very, very nice. The veterinarian's office looks extremely nice on down closer. I'm sure that the building currently being built where the Exxon station was designed and built pretty darn close. I don't remember any variances on it. There may have been some. Attorney Weaver built a building down on East Charles, and he did an admirable job of arriving at the kind of architecture that had been sold for the downtown overlay district. So I think we've done a great job. There's been a couple of sales of the much older metal buildings up on the far end of West Charles. And luckily, those new owners took it upon themselves to repave or actually back up here, they paved their parking lot after many, many, many years of it being stone. They did much improvement on the buildings themselves with new roofs and et cetera, and greatly improved both of them. I understand that there's an additional building that is to the left-hand side from Charles Street from me that has been approved, and it came through with architectural plans, although I just very briefly saw those one day on the planning walls. Y'all have a monument out here on Matthews Mint Hill Road for Kay Plyler. And I believe her death was on May the 10th. And you'll have to excuse me, I forget no, that's 2010. I may be wrong on the date. Kay was a longtime employee of the town, and she was killed by a falling tree. And I was very curious and interested back for the last year or so in this particular lot. And I touched base with real estate folks and had spoken with the owner. And at the time, I just could not get a grip on the expense of taking those trees down. So I just backed off entirely, and I forgot about that building. But I did, while I was doing some exploration, ask for 4 different arborist tree people to give me quotes on what it would cost to take them down. And the quotes range from $24,000 to $47,000. I did that because I'm scared of those trees. They have a lot of what I would call, as a non-tree person, they have a lot of issues. To include this early spring, I watched those trees leaf out. And if you go out there today and stand in West Charles, if you get the sunlight just right and the opening in the tree just right, you will see that there are significant quantities of limbs in the top of that left-hand tree that are naked. They have no leaves on them. The limbs are declining. If one of those trees were to fall on the building at this gentleman's site and head toward his site, it would demolish his building at least a third on the back. If it fell across the road, then it's going to take all of the power lines down all the way through West Charles. If it falls on my property during the daytime, it's going to take down not properties, but automobiles parked in the fully parked lot there. If you were there, the property corners are in place on the Davis lot. And if you were to go there and pull a masonry line in between those two stakes, one on either side, you would find that you have about that much room in between that masonry line and the tree itself, not the first root, the bark on the trunk of the tree. Those trees have been there a long time, so they've got that circle that is supposed to, I guess, be the safe zone. I'm not comfortable at all with that being the safe zone. I would ask you folks, West Charles is in sad shape. And I would ask y'all to take 15 minutes, half hour. Maybe you don't do that on every rezoning, and you don't, maybe will not do it on this one, but I would ask you to go up there and just spend some time evaluating those trees and thinking about if they will last another 10 years or another 50 or another 100. I personally don't think they will. I was in Kannapolis this weekend. I was in traffic. I could not stop and take a picture in the middle of the traffic, but there lay a comparably sized oak tree on the side of the road that had rotted off completely at ground level. These may be doing that, I don't know, but I can tell you that once the leaves start coming on next spring, you'll be able to see how far down those leaves are not coming on. And so from a safety aspect, I'm concerned about that. As far as the number of parking spaces for a duplex, you've got 2. There's going to be times when you need 4. Maybe somebody's got a birthday, you need 6, 7. I am obligated to my tenants to provide them parking both on both sides of the road. And I currently have on that site a required sign that tells folks that if they leave a vehicle there, whether it's the weekend or during the day, that it will be towed. So that's not something that you like to do with neighbors, but at the same time, I will not be able to let it get out of hand. So I ask you to give certainly a lot of attention to that. And in addition to the pig gravel, we've gone from, I don't know what was on the first original business plan, but I'm assuming it was probably asphalt or concrete. So we changed then to pervious parking surfaces, and now we've changed to pig gravel. There's enough water coming across that lot right now. If you go up there, you will see the effect of the last few days' rain. It's washed tree limbs and remaining tree leaves off that site and into the ditch. That ditch is in sad shape. It's got a 12-inch reinforced concrete pipe in it. That pipe may have, and as you get right to the edge, there's about that much of that driveway actually into Charles. As you get right to that edge, that dives off of the elevation that's up here on their property into the pavement on West Charles. When the U.S. Mail was delivering mail up and down that driveway in that little tiny Jeep that they used to deliver mail here in Matthews, many times he could not make his left or right turn, I forget which he made, without going all the way across the street and onto the property that is now mine, but then wasn't. So traffic is a big consideration right now. There's a stake body truck coming out of Monroe and making deliveries to the right-hand side as you go toward 51. He comes in out of downtown Matthews and makes a right turn into the property that I have the right of way on, and he doesn't care. So I just had to put landscape boulders up to keep him from getting 2, 3, 4 feet out into green grass. That's exactly what's going to happen right there with that driveway. It's narrow. It doesn't give the vehicle enough room to make a left or right turn in a narrow driveway. So I would ask planning staff and you folks to look at a lot of, hidden, normally uninteresting comments. As for the Davises, I would welcome them to the neighborhood. I think that there are some commercial uses that they could use. They might not get enough square footage to make the dollar figures balance. But I was in a magazine the other day and it trips my trigger when I see something that somebody else has done that is just gorgeous. And lo and behold, there it was. And be down in the Charleston, Beaufort area. If you want to spend some time down there, you can find some things that would work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Tufano.
The previous commenter made a statement that there was going to be a 5,000 square foot building there, and I explicitly asked what the plans were for that area, and I got an indefinite response. So I was wondering where the 5,000 square foot number came from.
Commissioner, I'm not sure where that came from. Maybe what was referred to is the maximum allowed under that building envelope, but that's not what is going to get built is to the maximum law. Okay. Okay.
I just did simple math. I put the side, length and I made the comment about over 5,000 square feet, simple by doing the math, taking the square footage they're showing there, and that's the size of the building on that box.
If it took up the entire rectangular red closed area, that's 5,000 square.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
And I did want to correct a couple of things. One is that the parking pads that you see there are 2 parking spaces per pad, so it's 4 total.
Right.
So it's
understand.
yeah.
Got a question for the Davises. Do you have a report from a certified arborist that said says that those trees are healthy? Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else wants to come give a public comment in favor or against this zoning application? Okay, please come up and state your name and address and speak into the microphone.
Thank you. I'm Tim Cooper and my wife Marie. We own the property right behind this, where they're supposed to build this building. Okay, if you'll look and see the, right behind there, the road that comes off of Charles Street goes right through our property. And so if you'll look at that. Right. My concern is, which I don't have any problem with them building the building. It's just that there's got to be something that will cut our property, their property and our property off. I mean, we got to have some kind of divider between there, either a fence or some type of like shrubbery or something like that, you know, it will keep people from parking in our place and walking into that place. So that's what we are concerned about. We're not, you know, we don't have anything against them building a building. It's just that we'd like for something to be done about that. But anyway, but cause that property was once part of what we bought. And so anyway, that would be my concern.
Okay.
You know, between the two buildings, well, the two lots. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else in the audience tonight that would like to speak in favor or against this zoning application request? Do we have anybody online that's indicated they wish to speak in favor or against it? All right, I guess we will close this public hearing and bring it back to our August 14th meeting. Is that right? The planning board's going to meet on July 25th. Is that right? So it'll go to you guys on July 25th, back to us on the 14th. All right, I'd entertain a motion to reconvene a regular meeting.
So moved.
Have a second. Motion from Mayor Pro Tem McCool, a second from Commissioner Urban. All in favor? Any opposed? Let's take a 5-minute break. Let's reconvene our meeting. Who's going to give the planning board? Oh, Howie, you're the assistant to the chief.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Ms. Gordon, Mr. Bowie, and staff, given the general theme of the night tonight, I'm going to be pinch hitting for Jim Johnson, who's out of town. This is a planning board report for our meeting of June 27, 2023. There were 3 items that we handled. The first was a public improvement variance for zoning petition 2023-775 Indian Trail Plaza LLC. It was a request to waive the installation of curb, gutter, and sidewalk along a property designated as 2116 East John Street and further designated as tax parcel 227-221-31. The situation here is that there is a fully funded North Carolina Department of Transportation road project going in within, we believe, the next 2 years or so. The members of the planning board reviewed the request to grant the applicant relief from installing curb, gutter, and sidewalk because of that pending North Carolina Department of Transportation funded road project. A motion to recommend approval of the public improvement variance passed by a vote of 5-1, with planning board member Chris Huzar voting in opposition. The second matter was an administrative amendment to zoning petition 2017-664 Matthews Mixed Use Briley to amend the approved site plan on that certain property designated as 1100 Matthews Mint Hill Road and further being designated as tax parcel 215-081-41. The planning board reviewed the site plan and updated conditional notes for the Briley mixed-use development. The members of the planning board were concerned with the removal of the conditional note that required site plan approvals by the Board of Commissioners. The board also discussed possible developments in the right-of-way and the right-of-way reservation extension. Due to the fact that there is not clarity yet on where the silver line will go, as well as any right-of-way that's related to it, the planning board felt the request needed more work before any determination could be made and motioned to defer the administrative amendment to the Board of Commissioners for review and decision. The third matter was an administrative amendment for Match Point Sports. It was a request to amend an approved site plan to add additional sports courts and add a roof structure to 3 existing sports courts located at 2110 Pleasant Plains Road and further identified as tax parcels 227-173-06 and -08. As far as there were 3 Padel tennis courts located in the proximity of Pleasant Plains Road. Your last meeting, this board turned down a request to add covering for that anywhere up to 45 feet. The petitioner came back with an administrative amendment asking for basically the same thing with those courts, as well as permission to build an additional 5 courts further back in the property, with 3 of those courts also covered by a similarly sized opening or covering. The planning board forwarded the administrative amendment and the planning board voted to turn this over and give it to you basically to handle. We were concerned about the fact that we went through a zoning process that was denied last month, and we have an administrative amendment coming right back up again, basically asking for the same thing. Without a substantial change and before the 1-year waiting period that would be required if we were talking about a rezoning. We are asking the board for some guidance as to how to handle this situation in the future. In other words, some time frame or ban on the use of repeated administrative amendments on properties on items that have gone before. So we've not made a decision. We're asking, for some policy, hopefully to make sure that this does not become a recurring situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labner. Let's move on to the first zoning item, zoning application 2022-752 Matthews Gateway to change the zoning classification and changing condition from R9 and MUD to a single MUD district on that certain property designated as 1205 East John Street near the I-485 interchange to accommodate a multi-use development with a maximum of 240,000 square feet of office space, retail, restaurant, and other commercial uses, a maximum of 150 hotel rooms, a maximum of 120 single-family attached dwelling units, and a maximum of 285 multifamily dwelling units, and further designated as tax parcels 215042, 19 and 12 and 13. This was continued from April 10th. Mr. Will.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Yes, good evening. Staff has recently, as of today, received a request to withdraw this zoning petition 2022-752 for Matthews Gateway. And staff recommends that that the board consider this withdrawal request.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
I'd make a motion to withdraw zoning application 2022-752 Matthews Gateway.
We have a second. The second by Commissioner Hoover. Any discussion? Commissioner Tufano?
Yeah, I'm a little confused. It was for a continuance initially, correct? And now it's for withdrawal?
Yes, sir. We just received the withdrawal request today. Originally, we were asking for a continuation in order to evaluate the site plan further.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Garner.
Rob, can I ask you a question? If we withdraw this, if we vote to approve this withdrawal, what is the zoning on the lot as it exists, or?
As it will remain, a portion will remain R9, where the townhomes were to be located. That is still zoned R9. The rest of the parcel is zoned MUD, MUD.
And
So in those will remain.
That's the 220 apartments, 100 hotel rooms, and
Yes, I'm sorry, I don't remember the numbers of the original rezoning request, but I think that's what you're referring to.
yes, thank you. I just wanted to be clear that by withdrawing, that doesn't mean it goes back to single family housing or anything of that nature. It stays the 2009 zoning numbers.
Yes, ma'am.
Any further questions or comments before I call for the vote? Been a motion by Mayor Pro Tem McCool to withdraw this zoning petition, a second by Commissioner Hoover. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously, 6-0. Thank you. Move on to item C, administrative amendment, Briley Matthews mixed use, Darren Holman.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Right, so this is for the Matthews mixed use zoning district. That's what is currently known as Briley. That's just to the north of what we heard earlier this evening. So this is a modification of the site plan and the conditional notes. And the reason for this is so that we can do a realignment of what was reserved in that original conditional zoning, or that original conditional zoning district. So the current zoning district that we're discussing tonight, this was approved back in 2017. As part of those approvals, the applicant was required to reserve right of way for Independence Point Parkway and Silver Line Rail. However, one of the things that we did not do at that period was actually establish where the Silver Line was going to fall into that area. I believe it was a year right before COVID hit, or it might have been during COVID, but CATS was working with the town. There was a Silver Line Task Force Committee, and that was when a locally preferred route was put into place. That actually aligned through some of the parking, and I'll highlight where that was in a moment. However, through discussions with the current property owners, CATS and Charlotte's Real Estate's purchasing, it was discovered that we'd need to move the silver line. Oh, excuse me. We need to move the silver line back over to the IPP alignment, so it'll go back down to that original alignment. However, when working with CATS on that actual engineering designs for that, it was discovered that from that original rezoning, it would clip through two buildings. I know I'm kind of saying a lot here, but I'll pull out the map in a moment. Right, but just to go through.
Victor says 1,000 words.
Right, right. So anyway, yeah, so the alignment will be shifting. Just to point out a few things. So the applicant has been working with town staff and CAT staff. So there's been a lot of ongoing evolution of the notes, even what was submitted to you in the memo that's been updated since. There's a lot of technical things that we've been trying to work through. You know, one of the beauties of like the midfield rezoning and the NRP is that those were both blank. In this case, we've already had some development go in. Jay, could you scroll down to the site plan real quick? If it'll load. Yeah, it's close enough. So right here where this black bar is, that's Matthews Mint Hill Road. That alignment does shift back through there. As you can see, currently there was a building right here and a building here. To kind of help accommodate that a little bit, the applicant has submitted for a bubble plan. Initially that was going to be shown, or that was going to remove site plan approval from the board. The applicant has put site plan approval from the board back into the application. As well as staff's also working with the applicant on interim uses for the silver line. So right now we're not really sure on an actual date on when that will go in. So we are working with the applicant to work for towards certain things that could be used in the interim, like private streets or driveways, curb cuts, utilities, stormwater management, detention facilities, potentially biking, things of that nature. And then a part is this administrative amendment. Jeff, you go to the next slide, next page, or 3 pages down. No, that one. Back up one, my bad. So we're also putting in the actual cross sections. These are for IPP. This kind of highlights with, excuse me, this would be one variation of Independence Point Parkway with rail alignment, as well as a second variation of that. And then we also have it within the actual station. So this is one of the things that we're trying to work through with lining things up for the midfield rezoning, because once we set these will actually carry through all the way back down to the sports park, or the sportsplex, and crossing that area. So right now, staff is recommending a deferral of 1 month on this decision. Just to kind of reiterate, like, we are working through a lot of technical things. There have been things approved out on site. The applicant has been, I won't say agreeable, but I feel like that's not the right word, but yeah, they have been agreeable. I feel like there's a better
underhanded compliment.
Right. They have been agreeable in working with staff. Amenable. There we go. Yes, thank you. Right. They have been amenable working with staff. We are just juggling a lot of departments. Like I think Friday we were on a call with Mecklenburg County Stormwater Review, just kind of working through some issues with them. Are there any questions for staff or?
Mr. Urban?
So Darren, what you're saying is you would like us to defer this to August 14th.
Correct.
That would be my motion.
Yes.
We have a second? Motion by Commissioner Urban, second by Mayor Pro Tem McCool. Any further discussion? All in favor to defer this application or this decision until August 14th? Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Blah. All right. Let's move on to item D, site plan elevation approval, Briley Matthews Mixed Use Buildings 1 and 15. Mr. Hallman.
Thank you, Mayor. So addressing this site again, this is exactly what we just looked at. So a few months ago, they actually came to the board and requested site plan approval for these sites. Jay, could you go ahead and scroll down to the site plan? Right, so I won't try to describe everything or back up a little bit. The site plan. Right, so a few months ago, the applicant had come to the board and had gained initial approvals. So it was for the large 55+ senior living building, and they had also gained approvals for a few townhomes at the corner of Surrey Green, which is the main driveway entrance into the Briley development, and Matthews Mint Hill Road. The applicant is requesting an update to these site plans. Initially, this had shown some, I believe it was underground parking or in-ground parking. Oh, thank you. So this is the updated site plan. They made additional changes for stacked parking to the northern section. At that time, there had been a few meetings, and the board was very adamant about having commercial space in the entertainment district. So the applicant has committed, or the applicant is looking to commit to a mixed-use building on that site. So the townhomes that were previously approved at the corner, they are committing to, or they are requesting variation in the site plan that would include a vertical mixed-use building. So there would be commercial fronting Matthews Mint Hill Road, and then I believe there are some dwelling units that are a part of that. So we will be modifying with the deferral of the administrative amendment, we'll be modifying the site plans that were previously approved. And Jay, could you scroll down? So these are elevations for building 1. This is the larger of the two. This is the 55+ senior living facility. This would be the view from the current Briley, and then this would be the view from the parking area or the bowling alley site. And you scroll down. As well as the side views from either of those two. So, oh, you can keep going. And then these are the these are the proposed elevations for building 15. This would be the one located up by Matthews Mint Hill. This would be the view from Matthews Mint Hill. That first floor is the ground floor commercial space, I believe. And then there is some elevation change, so the building does follow that. At this time, staff is recommending approval of the site plan updates and the building elevations. Are there any comments?
Comments or questions? Commissioner Tofano.
Thank you. Looking at the previously approved site plan, there is no longer a building 16? Is that being removed?
One moment. Are you just talking about up by
The one that site
Matthews
plan that
Mint
was
Hill?
approved September 2022. There's a building 16 right at the road.
Right. So rather than develop the two buildings, they'll just be developing the single building.
But they were both originally mixed use as well?
No, so originally these were townhomes.
Okay.
Or were they live work units? Townhomes, right.
And how many units were in the original plan? Townhomes.
It was
Ms.
14.
Peterson, can you go to the microphone, please? Thank you.
Thank you.
Originally, there were 14 townhomes between building 15 and 16
And now with,
and no commercial.
and now with the revised plan, how many
There's
residential?
38 units
38.
and about 5,000 square feet of commercial space,
I see. Thank you.
of course.
Commissioner Urban?
So while you're there, Ashley, it's time to let's make a deal. I think I'm gonna get my building square right here. Building number one is fine by me. Okay, it is a little, it's a little lengthy, but when you position yourself in the streetscape, it's gonna be hard to be standing far enough back to see the entire imposing elevation.
True.
Would I like to see it broken down more? Yes, but from a context standpoint, you're picking up all the language you have. It's going to blend in, it's going to fit in, it's anchoring at the end. I can buy that. Okay. Number one, the mayor's architectural term would be meh. And I'm waiting for the guys with the bow and arrows and the turrets in the corners to start picking off people. But it's a mixed use building. And maybe it's the colors, maybe it's the way it was rendered. I'm not reading that as ground floor retail. I'm not buying it.
Yeah.
You know, and then how you stack on top of it, we could debate whether or not you want the four corners and all that kind of stuff, but it's just not, it's not doing it for me. So what my proposal, and if Jay can concur, is I don't have a problem peeling off building number one and saying it's approved, but you got to come back with 15. Can we break these apart and keep the ball rolling?
Yeah.
I don't know what the rest of the board's going to say, but I really have a tough time with this one. It doesn't have the same gravitas as the other buildings you've designed. I was at the beach this weekend. It looks something familiar, and I'm waiting for it to be called the Camelot or something. It's just something's bothering me. And
It's funny you say that, Commissioner Urban, because part of what the visioning was for this building was the Pearl. Are you familiar with that down in Rosemary Beach? It's a really pretty hotel that's got a ton of different awnings. And one of the things they have is they've got fabric awnings happening. And so maybe
Right.
that's part of what's being lost here, is that it's a lot of hard surfaces, but that's where some of the bracket detailing came from, and the pitched shed roofs. It was trying to pick up on 30A.
I mean, that's kind of the discussion, sort of like highway architecture. You see it from afar and you're like, oh yeah, look at that kind of thing. I'm more concerned about street level. You're pulling up and it's sort of like, oh yeah, we got retail style windows, but I'm not getting any of that sense or flavor. So maybe it's a color change or it's a refashioning or whatever, but it looks dark.
Yeah, I understand that. I completely hear you on that.
Liven it up. It's beach,
Yes.
right? Okay. Beach
We,
views.
it's a Briley, it's the same brick that we use on Briley. So we were trying to do a balance of complementing what's there and also presenting something that's new and exciting. So completely
And maybe you
understand.
turn back and just sort of like it's tripartite. It's nice, strong podium, identifies as retail.
Right.
And then put the birthday cake on top.
Yeah, yeah,
It- it
absolutely.
look- So anyway, my thoughts.
No, always appreciate your opinions for sure. No.
Any other questions or comments? Is there a desire to continue this? Commissioner Urban?
My point would be if it be the will of the board is we peel off building number one. And so they can continue developing building number 15.
Got a motion?
I
Is that amenable to?
Yeah, we can do that.
So is this since an elevation approval, we don't have to have a reasonable and consistent statement, right? We just need to make a recommended motion. Okay, so I'd make a recommended motion that we approve the submitted site plan modifications and building elevations for building number one only, and that petitioner will come back before the board for building number 15 for elevation approvals. Does
Second.
that work? You concur, he concurs.
Jay concurs, the applicant concurs, and Mayor Pro Tem McCool seconded the
And
motion.
we're all-
Any further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? That passes 5-1 with Commissioner Tofano in opposition. Let's move on to item E.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Public improvement variance, Indian Trail Plaza, East John Street. Mr. Will.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this is public improvement variance request for 216 East John Street. This is a rezoning that was just approved by the board for a 10,000 square foot office building. And we are recommending because there is an NCDOT, and this was a part of the planning board report from Mr. Labner, part of a funded NCDOT project, which is U4714 AC. We'll put these improvements in place in the next few years, and we all hope so. And so we are recommending granting the public improvement variance for curb, gutter, and sidewalk at this time.
Commissioner Garner.
I see that in the past, we have recommended fee in lieu
Mhm.
for
Yeah. And
projects that have upcoming road improvements. So why was that not part of
Yeah.
the consideration for this?
That's a great question, and Susan and I were just talking about it. Yeah, so we think that it would be appropriate for a fee in lieu. It's about 200 linear feet of frontage, so approximately $169,000 would be the fee in lieu for side path, curb and gutter.
I mean, I think that makes sense for us as a board, especially since sidewalks were part of the bond, and we're asking people to pitch in and with their tax dollars, that it makes sense for us to ask a developer to cover that cost for other projects that may come up.
I think this question's been asked numerous times before, and I'll ask our assistant town manager. Those funds would be held in reserve specifically for this purpose of building gutter and in the future. Is that correct?
I believe so. I can confirm that with our finance director, Teresa.
I would hate to, receive those funds and then they just disappear and get spent on something else, and then we don't have funds to build this at some point. I believe, Jay, do you know? I mean, I believe that those funds are reserved for specifically for this purpose at this site or not?
So Teresa's on the
Teresa's on-
Zoom.
Okay. Can she
We,
hear us?
we haven't done a lot of fee in lieu recently, but it would need to have an account created to hold those funds for that particular purpose.
Well, can we, if we make a motion, make that part of it, I'd request that.
What did you say that number was?
Is that a hard number, or do we want to wait and get a better?
69.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, it was 169.
Susan, is that a good number? Is that something you're gonna? Is that?
Per the fee schedule on the planning department's website, side path, which is the 10-foot wide sidewalk, which would be on this side of the street, is at $8.45 per lineal foot. And we just took the frontage. Now, we didn't go through and measure
I
like
understand.
all the way around. We just took the lineal frontage across the frontage.
Would you prefer us to say to the amount that you determine it's tomorrow or some later date, or do you want to?
So these are very current numbers.
Okay.
So these are as of the July 1st fee schedule. So I worked up both the sidewalk and side path numbers recently.
Commissioner Garner, are you making a motion?
I might be able to make a motion. But would it be dependent on if that's agreeable to the applicant? Like how?
Think so.
Yeah, yes, that's correct. And the applicant is here this evening.
Well, let's speak to the applicant. Come on down.
And also I have a question as well.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you. My name is Joel Trice. I wasn't aware of the fee in lieu. I just heard about that just now, so I got that sprung on me a little bit, so I wasn't prepared to speak to that. What was the amount?
169,000 for 200 linear feet frontage.
Yeah, I couldn't speak to approving that tonight.
I understand. That's a pretty big
Yeah.
number, so
That blindsided me just now, so.
I understand. Commissioner Tufano?
Yes, I have a general question about this fee in lieu. Does that mean that this individual, and I'm sorry, your name again, sir?
My name is Joel Trice. I represent the applicant.
Hey, Joel. Does that mean you never have to build this sidewalk? If you give the fee in lieu, that 169,000, you never have to build the sidewalk?
Commissioner Tufano, the DOT has a project plan for that, and that will be built into their project.
Right, but so I find that a little unfair. Personally, I'm trying to understand this, how this gentleman's going to pay $169,000 for a fee in lieu, and that the sidewalk is going to come in on its own anyway. So why would he pay the money? In other words, what is this fee in lieu? I don't understand it for this application. Can you help me? In other words, the sidewalk's going to come in anyway with the Department of Transportation plan, correct?
If you're asking me, so when they were planning this project, it should have been built into their cost and estimates to put a sidewalk in. And so what is happening is we could require them to put in the sidewalk, but in 2 years, DOT would come in, rip up the sidewalk and put in a new sidewalk. We are saying, or I am saying, I'll speak for myself and nobody else, but that these are costs that should have been considered when they were applying for this project. We are behind and sorely in need of sidewalks. We can save them the construction of this sidewalk and ask them to put, like we do with parking or trees, put aside the money so that's not built and then destroyed so that we can use it for sidewalks in other places. DOT would then put the sidewalk in when they build the road.
Yeah, so I'm still confused. So in other words, this money for this sidewalk that the DOT is going to put in has already been approved and encumbered. Is that correct? Okay, so
Susan?
I mean,
or
I'm
CJ?
truly asking for informative questions. I'm a little confused.
Okay,
Commis-
sorry, CJ wants to speak on this.
CJ?
Yeah, if you're okay with that, Commissioner Tufano. Yeah, I appreciate that. The issue is that the town is responsible for the cost of that sidewalk. So if the sidewalk is already there, the DOT will replace it. If it's not there, then the town is responsible for that cost.
That clarified it. So what you're saying is that even when the DOT comes through to put the sidewalks in, the town is still responsible for the cost of that section. Is that correct?
For this project, they're changing for future projects, but for this project, that is correct.
I'd just like to note that also for many non-state roads, we require developers to put in sidewalks and pay for them. I mean, that's been a regular requirement.
Yeah, I'm
for-
just trying to understand this fee in lieu business.
No, that's good question.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah,
question.
and that, Mayor, that was going to be my second point. First was about the payment, and second is, should the DOT project not happen, then the town would use the money to complete the sidewalk across the frontage. Right, so it's a twofold thing to help fund sidewalk connectivity.
So one more question to clarify. So the current obligation of the landowner is to put a sidewalk and curb there, correct?
Yep, per the ordinance.
Per ordinance. Why would we want any kind of ability not to put one there. In other words, I don't understand. It's, in other words, what are we saying? Are we saying we're going to take this 169,000 and use it in the future to put the sidewalk there?
Yes, or as our match to the DOT project for the sidewalk that would go there.
So we wouldn't have to use taxpayer dollars.
Right, but I mean, it has to be at that location. This 169,000 has to be used at that location.
Jay, do you want to speak to the fee in lieu ordinance
That's where
language
I'm
says
confused.
about sidewalks? I think
Yeah,
the board can designate it for the John Street sidewalk if you would like.
but it's not obligated to go to that spot.
Unless we said that in the motion, which is what I suggested initially.
Yeah. Okay, I think I've had all my
Well, those are
questions
some good
answered.
questions.
Thank you.
So I think the answer from the applicant is that they can't agree to that tonight. So I think we need a continuance on this one. If someone would care to make a motion.
I'll make a motion that we continue this to the August 14th Board of Commissioners meeting.
We have a second.
Second.
Motion for Mayor Pro Tem McCool, second for Commissioner Urban to continue the public improvement variance on Indian Trail Plaza, East John Street. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. Move on to item F, flexible design standards, site plan and elevation approvals, Habitat for Humanity, Linden Street duplex. Mr. Will.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Habitat for Humanity is the applicant. They have applied for site plan and elevation approval for a duplex on a single lot, which is zone CRC, Crestdale Conservation. Pursuant to the UDO, site plan and elevation approval are required for development other than single-family homes in the CRC district. Additionally, the applicant is requesting the use of flexible design standards to reduce the size of a required building lot of a duplex from 9,000 square feet to 8,700 square feet at 323 Linden Street, parcel number 215-03149. This is permitted in UDO section 155-503 2D. Staff recommends that to grant the request to use flexible design standards to reduce the lot size from 9,000 to 8,700 square feet for a duplex on parcel located at 323 Linden Street. Additionally, we recommend that the site and elevation plans that are attached be approved and that the board consider any such conditions that you may feel necessary for maintaining the character of the CRC zoning district.
Are there any questions? We also have Natisha Rivera Patrick on Zoom, I believe. Is that correct? Any questions for her or for Will? Mr. Will? Mr. Bonner?
Yes, Mr. Will.
Sir.
Last meeting, we talked about this. Commissioner Whitley had some reservations about it. Would you mind repeating what those reservations were?
I believe his reservations were on another lot that is adjoining to this lot.
Mhm.
Those concerns were having to do with stormwater and fill and site preparation. But that is a different lot than what we are talking about this evening.
Right, but wasn't there something about the amount of space between whatever that other lot structure was and this facility as well? My remembrance not being properly recalled?
Natisha can maybe address that if
Yeah.
my memory doesn't
Hi,
serve.
Natisha.
Good evening, you guys. Yes, what his concern was, we were initially talking about changing the UDO and the setbacks from 8 to 5, but then in the conversation realized that with a duplex, it's already at 5 feet. So that's where that had come from. He was saying when they moved into the house, they had a set amount, that would have been that side setback. And in changing that would be taken away from them, but it's already zoned to be the 5 feet we were looking for.
So the bottom line is that there is actually going to be a reduction in the setback?
No, it's part of the UDO. It's for the duplex. It's written at 5 feet side setbacks.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Commissioner Urban.
Hey, Natisha, realizing it's a Habitat house and there are definitely things that could be tweaked to puff this up a little bit. And I won't get into some other, the details that could do that. It'd probably be very inexpensive. But I guess the one thing that I have is there any, I mean, you got standing seam metal roof on these porch coverings. Is there any way that you can extend those porches out by a foot or two and extend them to the edge of the double window to make them a viable front porch? The one on the back is a token utility closet porch. There's just no way to sort of, if you want to sit outside, talk to your neighbor and be out of the sun or anything like that, there's no ability to do that. You don't have to put columns. You can keep using the brackets, but I'm thinking if your design team could do that and just shingle that porch roof, might save some money, but that would be my only suggestion. Just to make it more pragmatic or practical, but that's it.
Yeah, and that's when we were initially doing this design, that's not something that we looked at, only because when I look at this front elevation, I think it's in line with what a lot of the other townhomes are, where it just has that smaller gabled roof above the front door. So I would say, and with where we are in the design process, I mean, I could certainly ask the question, but I don't know if that's something we would want to pursue.
Okay, I mean, that's totally up to you. I mean, there's a lot of townhomes that just have, there's no reason for a porch and they just enter straight in off of them. I figured this is a duplex, so it's more of a single family home type of arrangement. And there's just no place for someone to sit and basically have that sort of porch realm, put a chair out and have a conversation and be under protection. I thought maybe the rear would work, but in looking at that, it's just a token, 4 foot by 4 foot pad to get to the storage room. And then again, if you're sitting there and you need to get in the storage room, you got to, move everything around. So it's an easy, I mean, they're only bolting that roof onto the building, so it's an easy add, an extension. But if you're like, nah, that's going to bust the budget from that aspect, that I was just trying to add some humanity to the facade.
Okay.
I can't find another word for it.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
I had the same question, because it's not much of a porch, but I understand that. If there's not any other questions, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we grant the request to use the flexible design standards to reduce the lot size from 9,000 to 8,700 for a duplex on parcel 2150-3149, and approve the site and elevation plans and attach any such conditions as the, yeah. We can take that last part back.
We have a second. A motion by Mayor Pro Tem McCool, second by Commissioner Hoover. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. I do want to go back and revisit the item we did previously, public improvement variance for Indian Trail. We are going to continue that, but we wanted some clarification. Is who made the motion on that? Commissioner Garner. Do we want to say that if the applicant agrees to pay the $169,000, that has to be used on that specific property? We have the flexibility. We can do that or we cannot do that. And Malia was asking, hey, what do we want to do? I want to ask the board.
Could you put it in escrow for a time period that allows you to see whether or not that sidewalk gets built? And if it does get built, then that 169 goes to other sidewalk projects?
Again, CJ said we have to pay for it even if DOT builds it.
Yeah, okay.
So, but I mean, I don't care about. Okay, is that the consensus? You want it to be dedicated to that property or not? I've heard from.
Their sidewalk needs to be there.
Okay. Okay, so let's make that part of the motion. What we're recommending to the applicant to consider.
Well, I have a question. I was going to ask Susan about this later. When we do the match for the sidewalk, is DOT covering any portion of the sidewalk, like I feel like in the
Their
past.
whole streets or whatever that they were talking about?
Well, they would do like a 4 or 5 foot sidewalk and we're requesting a 10-foot sidewalk. And so what's the difference there? And if we require that it's on this lot and it's, I mean, am I making sense in my question?
I think so. So, Commissioner Garner, it's really all over the place. It depends on when the municipal agreement for the project was signed. And so we're running into this in the section of John Street that's associated with the interchange is where there's non-existing sidewalk. The policy at the time was they don't feel like they have to add sidewalk if there's no sidewalk there, which is what CJ was explaining. So the match is for the 10 feet of sidewalk. Subsequent projects, they paid for 5, and then we paid for the extra 5 for a total of 10. So now current projects, they're going to pay for all of it. I don't want to say it too loud. So on some of the projects that are coming through now, they'll pay for the 10-foot sidewalk for us. So it's really all over the board, depending on the project. And I'm glad that CJ remembered that this was one of the older ones where we'd have to pay for it.
I mean, I think knowing that and knowing how wishy-washy things can be, I feel like it would be a mistake to hold that money. We could make it a preference for that lot, or that's the priority. And then depending on DOT funding, apply what we need there. But I don't know how to word that or make that a
I'm sure
policy.
Lori can do that. Is that okay? Is that, we make it a priority for that, but depending on what happens with DOT, we could use it somewhere else. So we're not going to lock ourselves into it, but that would be the priority. Does that sound good, Commissioner Tufano? I think that's okay.
I mean, if they're doing a 10-foot sidewalk and we have 10 feet that we have to put there, we're gonna have a 20-foot sidewalk. I don't want that to happen.
No, not at all. All right, very good. I think we beat that one to death. Let's move on to item 10, consent agenda, items 10A through E. Entertain them.
There was an issue with match point sports.
It's not on the agenda.
It's not on the agenda. We can't address it.
It was pulled from the agenda.
Thank you. Thank you, Howard. All right, consent agenda.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve consent agenda items A through E.
We have a second.
Second.
I have a question.
Okay, Commissioner Tufano has a question on the
Yeah,
consent agenda.
and I'm not objecting to it. I just have some questions here.
Okay.
The revision to the Economic Development Advisory Committee. The wording was a little odd, and I thought I wanted to just get clarification. It said they wanted to change it so that it was a quorum of the Economic Development Advisory Committee as a simple majority of all currently appointed positions. So does that mean only those that are like the treasurer,
No,
I mean,
it means the whole group. The problem was they weren't getting a quorum.
Right,
When they
but-
held the meetings, they were having like 3 or 4 people show up or 5 people, and they didn't have enough to conduct business.
Okay, so I interpreted currently appointed positions as the officers of the group. Yeah,
It's everybody. Somebody else
Yeah.
can confirm that, Lori. or
Okay.
It's everyone.
okay, good.
That's great.
And the other quick question was the easement section. I wanted to make sure that those were for the 2 pieces of property that were for that they decided to settle, but there's still a 3rd piece that they decided to go to condemnation. And is that correct? No? Are we talking, is this something different? We had one-offs with Dana.
That's so, yeah, partially correct. So there's still 3 parcels, 2 property owners that we have not reached an agreement with. What you're seeing on the consent agenda is 1 property owner that has we've come to agreement with.
Right, that had 2 parcels.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, I just
Dana
wanted,
at the moment, I'm pretty sure that's.
I wanted to make sure that this did not end the discussion on the right of way, because there's still more to go.
There's still more to go.
Okay, very good. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion, Mayor Pro Tem McCool, a second by Commissioner Urban, to approve the consent agenda. All in favor? All opposed? That passes unanimously. We move on to item 11, unfinished business. Consider purchase of real property located at 12620 Idlewild Road. Aaliyah.
Yes, so this was a discussion at a previous board meeting, but we are bringing it back to the board. This request is for the acquisition of property located at 12620 Idlewild Road. The reason for asking for acquisition of this property is to provide superior access to Chipwood Lane. As of right now, the only option to obtain access to Chipwood Lane requires residents and community visitors to travel through an established neighborhood. The neighborhood streets are very narrow, and so this is providing that access to Chipwood Lane.
Do you review the cost?
Yes. So staff has recommended using 3 funding sources for this. The cost of this is a total of $500,000. Those 3 funding sources are as follows. Windsor Run funds, $250,000. And just as a reminder, the Windsor Run funds are used also for park development. So we are recommending the $250,000. A portion of those Windsor Run funds for acquisition, with the remaining to be considered for park development. $150,000 from the general fund balance, and then $100,000 from the post-construction mitigation funds, which those funds would have to be used within 2 years. That's the reason for the recommendation of the post-construction mitigation funds.
So again, to bring up a few points that some of our public comments made earlier. Number one, as Malia said, we can use the Windsor Run funding for any park project within the town of Matthews. Doesn't have to be from McKee Road. That doesn't mean that, speaking for myself, that I still don't have a desire to develop at least a portion of the property at McKee Road and Pleasant Plains as a park. I think that's always been the goal. We have talked about the possibility of making it a school site as well, but the lot is big enough to accommodate a park and a school if that's what we wanted to do. So there's no abandoning the idea for a park at McKee and Pleasant Plains. And to Malia's point, I really think it's unfair to the many neighbors that live along Chipwood Lane and the other streets there. They're very narrow. It's a very established, beautiful neighborhood, and I don't think it's reasonable to have the lot of people we think are going to visit this park have to go through these very narrow streets to access it. So for that reason, I'm in favor of this purchase. Mr. Tufano.
Thank you. I know that we can use these funds wherever we'd like, as long as it's for a park, I understand. But what are the expectations of the people around that land? In other words, has there ever been a community meeting or a polling of all the neighbors or the Windsor Run residents or whatever the case may be about what the expectations were for that land?
Well, we made an agreement many years ago regarding, on a core, if you want to speak to it, what that land could be used, what those funds could be used for. This was an agreement made many, many years ago. Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
I just wanted to provide an anecdote because I was actually at Windsor Run for an event probably 2 months ago. They opened a new trail, which was really nice. And I actually spoke to some of the neighbors about that. They didn't seem in much of a rush for that. If you've walked their property, there's a lot of amenities, so they're really happy where they are. It's also from where a lot of the people are living currently. It'd be a really long hike, if you will, to get to that park. It's not really easy to get to for them. But that's just anecdotally what I heard.
Corey, do you want to speak to the original agreement?
I want to make sure I'm understanding the question. The agreement between which agreement?
I don't, Commissioner Fonda, why don't you repeat your question? I think he's asking, have we met with the people around Windsor Run, et cetera?
Yeah, in other words, this agreement is rather, from what I'm hearing, is rather long dated. And from also what I'm hearing is that this $1 million that Erickson gave the town could be used for anywhere we want that's as long as it's a park. or I'm assuming improvements to a park or even purchasing land for a park. I don't know the parameters. But I don't know, mainly because it was before my time, and even the current situation is what is the expectation of those people in the communities surrounding that land and also in Windsor Run about what that land was going to be used for. I'm under the impression and I can't say with any kind of certainty, but I'm under the impression, also anecdotally, that they expect it to be a park. So what should we kind of hit pause here for a second and try to find out really what the expectations are of all the communities around this land to find out what they expect it to be?
Yeah, so we have had some informal conversations with the neighbors. We just haven't got to the point of having those deeper conversations, knowing that we weren't ready to move forward with development of the park yet. Most of the times when we hold the community meetings is when we're ready to move forward with design. And we have not gotten to that point yet with the McKee Road site. But now I'll say in the rezoning process, there were conversations, certainly post donation of the dollars. I've been contacted by many of the people that live around Windsor Run and even across the street. And it always has been the conversation around this being a park. Now, with that said, I don't think there's anything that ties, I guess, use of that property to be a park. Now, I would love for it to be a park. I guess I'm not sure if it's written that it has to be a park. I think the sentiment is that it will be a park.
But you do recall that there appeared to be a preponderance of a opinion that it was going to be a park.
Correct.
Right. And what concerns me is we're chipping away at this money, and we may not have enough money eventually if we keep chipping away at it to actually fulfill those aspirations of the citizens around that land. Just expressing my concern about this. Thank you.
Let me say that Windsor Run didn't exist when this agreement was made, so it was made by the owners of the property. So there weren't any, but it wasn't anybody living at Windsor Run, so they had no expectations because it hadn't been built yet. I'm certainly committed to continue to favor making the majority or all of that property into a park, but I don't think our hands are tied that we have to use 100% of it for that location. Commissioner Urban.
So hold on a second, Corey. On McKee Road, I want to make sure we did a series of studies looking at different configurations, passive, active. And so there was concepts floated, which were basically a resultant factor of having conversations with the original landowner and some initial public dialogue. So there, if we pull the drawer open, there's plans out there that really sort of push that park agenda.
Yeah, so we did form these conceptual designs.
Yes.
So we had some smaller group conversations. I guess I was alluding to like what we did with Purcell Halsey Park, where we held these huge community meetings where we invited everyone in to sit down and just say, hey, look, tell us what you want this park to look like. I guess I'm saying we haven't had that larger
But the sort of direction has always been to the park development. It's only been in the last year or so, this conversation about school relocations and things of that nature, which would really open up a completely different dialogue, but it is a pretty big parcel. I'm torn by this whole proposal of buying more land, but I get the idea of running traffic through this property to get to it. And I'm also wondering, well, first of all, you got the Windsor Run funds, okay, post-construction funds, which you got to spend, it's just the way it works. So you got the general fund deficit of 150K. I'm wondering, Commissioner Hoover raised this some time ago and about selling of some of these properties. Maybe there's that bigger discussion about when you're selling these properties, what are they going to? Are they going for land banking and making more green space, parks, sidewalks, that kind of thing? So I don't know that we actually had a discussion of how that money is used, but maybe that's, I could see that could be the tit for tat from the standpoint of you sell that corner lot and you peel off $150,000 of it, replenish the general fund, and
we could always do that.
Yeah.
But the problem is that the property's for sale right now. And we have to strike
and I agree with you there, but at the same time is you don't want to keep dipping into the well, so to speak. You need to make sure that you have a plan out there And that's fine. Okay.
And let me be clear, I'm certainly not advocating that we build a school at McKee and Pleasant Plains. I'm just
No,
saying
that was
that
just an
thought,
idea.
that thought has been
Yeah.
floated. I'm not saying, yeah, let's go build a school. Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
So I guess along that same thought, Commissioner Urban, Commissioner Hoover, you said this as well. If we do in the future sell a lot of property and maybe we don't want to use the Windsor Run funds, the compromise is we use 400,000 out of general fund and then pay ourselves back maybe in 6 months when we sell another piece of property. That way you satisfy Commissioner Tefano's worry about the park on McKee Road. And then you're also not taking it away from your general fund because you're replenishing that with a sale of a piece of
And
property
you
in a
have
few
park
months.
bonds that you might want to envelop the whole conversation.
I mean, I think that's at least where I sit and where I think, because I kind of understand where Commissioner Tefano is coming from. I think that could be a good compromise where, we sell some property off, make this work and it's not hurting our general fund.
Commissioner Hoover.
My question is, how much do we have in the post-construction fund? What's that?
So considering this transaction, the balance of the post-construction mitigation funds would be $24,074. After this if you all approve these transactions, that would be the balance, $24,074. Yes.
Left
One-
out, you're saying we would have 124,000 left over?
No, currently it's $124,074. If you approved this transaction and used 100,000, your balance would be 24,074.
No, I'm thinking of general. fund.
24074.
So that only leaves 20. Okay, so that kind of answered my question. Can we not just use the full amount from that? But that's not going to cover it. Okay, the 150 from the general fund balance, is that coming from the surplus? Is that what you're pulling from, or has this been budgeted into the budget that we have planned this way? Because this was never discussed in meetings on this, so I'm trying to figure out where these money is coming from.
So I will default to Teresa on that, but that it is fund balance. But Teresa, can you comment on that, please? Is she
Maybe
still?
not. Oh, okay.
Good evening.
Question, Teresa?
Yes. So the general fund balance that is being appropriated here is not currently in the budget. So it would be an appropriation of the available general fund balance that the town has. We don't currently have a up-to-date number for the end of FY23. So we don't know what any amount, we don't know what the amount over the 34% town policy would be at this time. So this would, it would be a general fund balance appropriation of available fund balance, which would not put the town in any type of stress or bad financial situation.
Right. I just didn't know where the 150 was coming from, because I'm thinking that we had the surplus over, the 400,000, and if we're pulling from that, then I'm kind of looking at it, well, when we were doing the budget, I wanted to apply it back, and then I'm thinking, well, here we are spending it. But okay, I understand what you're saying. It's just getting pulled from. Okay.
Teresa, again, for clarification on this topic, last year we spent more than had been budgeted. Did most of those funds come from ARPA, or where did those come from? Budgeted 20 whatever and spent 30.
Some of them came from ARPA fund appropriations, and then some of it came from new revenues, other revenue sources that came in, such as, the federal seized, the seized funds for the police department and different things. And then some of it was general fund balance appropriations as well.
Okay. Now, I like actually using the Windsor Run funds since that is what we're allowed to do. But if we do sell property and reimburse the town, I have no problem with
I'm
going with
right
this.
there with you. I
Yeah.
totally agree 100%. Yeah, I mean, we've talked about selling off some stuff and absolutely, we can
Replenish the coffers.
replenish the coffers, right?
That was the point I was gonna make.
Commissioner Garner.
Corey, how many acres of park property do we have in Matthews?
20 questions for Corey.
Lots.
I mean, well, I want to address some of the concerns that were brought up and
Man, I cannot accurately answer that right now, but I can definitely get that answer to you.
so we have 300 acres.
That including all of Purser, man. Oh,
I recall during the last, or maybe my initial campaign for mayor, when we looked at it, there's a Urban Land Institute or something like that, and we had about 50% of the parkland per capita than is recommended for a town the size of Matthews at that time. Now we've added since then, but we weren't like overflowing, like, wow, we just, we're flush with parkland at that time.
I guess thank you for stealing my thunder.
Sorry.
Is
You-
that,
you
are
got
we at the place where we have reached?
so part of that is sort of reflected in our current master plan. So looking at back in 2006, what the citizens felt Matthews should look like and the number of acres that belong in Matthews, we are short by a couple of different types of parks. I'd have to look back at my information to give you that exact number, but judging by the Matthews standard, we do say that we are short park acreage.
And we have this park property that is significant property for Matthews, not only because of the beauty of it, but because it's, the Iris DeVore property or the DeVore property. And it has some sentimental value to many people here. Without this purchase, it makes it very difficult to develop and use, which I think we've kind of reiterated throughout, right? Is that?
Yes, well, go ahead.
Go ahead.
It's going to add, there's a connection near Michaelin, that is a street that does come into the site short of maybe 10 feet where we have that strip of property that someone else owns. But even if you attempt to enter from that part of the property, the ponds and the attempted to bring vehicles across the dams is just not feasible.
And that's also the case for the other two properties that are adjacent to the one we're talking about possibly buying, right?
Correct.
They have water features that would be difficult to cross.
So I took notes as we were getting our comments, so I want to address those to make sure that we're clear on why we feel like this is a good purchase for this park. Also, the tax value or the most recent assessment is not a sale price, right? Like that's a cost. It's like what the county associates with the value of or with the property, but when you put something up for sale, it's obviously always going to be more than what the tax value is. The most recent comp on a property within a mile of the lot that we're considering sold last year for $560,000. So it is, $500,000 is not an unreasonable expectation. Several years ago, you could get a lot within a mile of that property for 300 or 400,000. This is all stuff that you can find on Polaris. So I don't think it's unreasonable to expect them to ask 500,000 for this lot. I think that's something that to make the park property accessible and usable and so that the people of Matthews can appreciate it. That's just finding the way to pay for it is the big question.
Yeah, I think perhaps a good topic for a 5:30 at some future meeting would be to discuss our park inventory and where we are now, because that is something that comes up quite frequently. I get overwhelming feedback from our citizens that they like parks and they want more. You know, parks are good. I don't hear people saying, man, parks are terrible. We don't want parks. So I mean, people love parks, but of course we have to balance how much they cost as well. So, but I think this piece of property is vitally important, as Commissioner Garner said, to utilizing this beautiful piece of property that we have. And if anybody's still up watching this meeting, if you haven't been out to that, the DeVore property, I made the comment when I first saw it, it looks like you're in Boone, North Carolina. You can't believe you're in Matthews. It's a really stunning piece of property. Commissioner Garner.
Sorry, I had a lot of thoughts.
I'm sorry.
That I don't want to lose them. But I also think it's important that we recognize the purpose of, of buying park properties for future generations. As we have development occurring in Matthews, one of the things that we all hear the most about is tree loss and apartments, and how we don't have the control over what people do with their personal property in terms of future building. We have some control over zoning, but the one thing that we can do to guarantee tree save is to land bank these properties. And that's the one people want to see trees saved. This is our method for doing that. And I just think that has to be sort of upfront when we are talking about why do we need more parks? Because we want to be able to maintain large swaths of property and trees.
Commissioner Urban.
So is there any reason when Renee crafts the motion, just to allay some of the fears of other board members, that motion has that byline or that tagline that the general fund will be replaced via the sale of property, and we'll just leave it open-ended like that? Or is there?
I support that 100%.
Just this way the board says that's what we're going to do. We're going to sell a property. That's the first thing that comes off the top. Is that? Yeah. Greg, you comfortable with that? Great. He's nodding his head.
Apparently I have to craft it now.
Oh, you have to craft it now? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, exactly. I can change seats.
That's under the assumption we're going to be selling land. Thank you.
I think that's the consensus of this board anyway, that we wanted to sell some land.
So I'd like to make a motion that we approve the town to enter into an option to purchase contract with the property located at 12620 Idlewild Road, and approve the use of 250,000 in Windsor Run funds, 150,000 in general fund balance, and 100,000 in post-construction mitigation funds for the purchase of the property, and approve a budget amendment in the amount of 150,000 to appropriate general fund balance, and that we make a commitment when we sell future property that the $150,000 gets replenished off the top of that sale to replenish the funds we spent.
I'll second that.
Laura, did you get all that? Okay, we have a motion from the Mayor Pro Tem, a second by Commissioner Garner. Any further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? That passes 5-1 with Commissioner Tofano in opposition. We'll go on to new business. Consider an extension to the lease agreement to Purser Halsey Park. Malia.
Yes. So we have been in contact with Mecklenburg County Manager Dina Denario in regards to a 25-year lease extension for Purser Halsey. Currently, the lease is through 2057. And with the 25-year extension, it will extend the term through March 31st, 2082. With this extension, it carries with it all of the same clauses without changes that exist in the current lease. So the ask of the board is for consideration of a lease agreement extension for an additional 25 years that would extend that lease through 2082.
I'd like to just comment on this item. This was initiated, I think we had some help from Susan Rodriguez McDowell, but to allay the fears of some in our community that through 2057, this will extend it through 2082. I plan on being there, having a hot dog and waving a flag. Might have to carry my box or ashes up there, but this will take us through 2082. Hopefully we can negotiate another lease extension at that point, but I'm pretty sure none of us will be on the board at that point. except for Ken, because Ken may be, Commissioner Tefano.
So the lease extension does nothing for the other clauses that are currently in the contract. It just, they all remain intact.
That is correct.
Clause number 13, if at any time during the term of the lease, the county determines to sell the premises, blah, 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 blah. So it doesn't do anything for that. And also back up to item number 9, all personal property bought into the premises by Matthews shall remain the personal property of Matthews, blah, 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 blah. All right, so the town is planning on putting something like $11-12 million into that with the bond issue, and who knows what else and what other monies are going to come. So at any point in time, that all of those personal properties, as is stated in item 9, are properties of the county. So in other words, everything so the extension of the lease has nothing to alleviate or mitigate the original fears of the some citizens about the county actually selling the property. They still have that right, and they have, what's even worse is they now have the right to take all of the property and enhancements that we made on that property as their ownership. So here's my suggestion. You know, the gate is open in terms of the bond issue and whatever we have to do for Herseth Halsey. That issue is no longer up for discussion. But I think if we're going to negotiate this lease, now's the time to actually state that we get reimbursed for whatever monies we put into that park. So in other words, if we're going to be having a lot of leasehold improvements there, whatever they sell that for, they have to, of course, we get right of first refusal, right? Okay, but regardless of what that offer was that they had, that we get the right of first refusal, that on top of that, we get reimbursed for all of the leasehold improvements that we made. I think that's, with all the money we're about to put into that park, and by the way, they just sold Marshall Park for development. Okay. So it's not something that is not ever going to happen. Okay. So the thing is I want to protect the town. I want to say any monies that we put in there, we're about to put in millions of dollars, that somehow we get reimbursed for that.
Oh, well, I was just going to ask Commissioner Tefano, are you making that statement under the presumption that we would not want to purchase the property since we do have the right to first refusal?
No. I'm saying we're going to be making a number of leasehold improvements to that property. In other words, we may be building buildings there. We may be doing the park improvements. I mean, we've got a bond issue that's $14 million for parks. 11 of that was originally scheduled for Herseth Halsey alone. So here we have millions of dollars that are being allocated to that park that we're going to lose it all if they decide to sell, whatever that probability is, it still exists. And so I'm just trying to protect the town that if and when that situation should arise, that we get properly reimbursed for the leasehold improvements.
Commissioner Garner.
First, I'd like to ask, and I know that it's unfortunate that Mr. Buckley can't be here tonight, but Mr. Bowie, could you explain, have you seen the lease, or could you? I think what he's saying is.
I think what you're saying is, in the event we didn't exercise our option to purchase, then we would get reimbursed for our leasehold improvements.
And in addition to, for instance, if somebody made an offer for the property for, let's say, $10 million or whatever, and we have the option of buying it at 10 million, we should be able to buy that at 10 million and then subtract from that whatever leasehold improvements we put in there. And, or if we decide not to exercise our option, to your point, that we would get reimbursed for those leasehold improvements.
I have not read the lease. I have not read the lease.
I think that maybe I think it would be, I guess, important that we then have Mr. Buckley here to address those concerns. To your point about Marshall Park, they're not selling Marshall Park per se. I think you should look into the history of that sale of that property. It had to do with bringing the Knight Stadium uptown. It's not like a sudden decision to sell a park. It was a strategic plan to create a park in a different portion of downtown. And so it's not a comparison by any means.
They had the option, by the way, up until the city council of Charlotte voted not to exercise their option. What they did is they allowed the county to another 10 years extension to sell that property. And that's exactly what they did. They voted a 10-year extension and the county turned around and sold it.
It had to do with a bigger land.
No, what I'm saying is the county sold their park land for public development, and that's my comment.
And you need to read about the history of that.
I did read the history, but the end
Clearly you
result
didn't,
is the
Commissioner.
same.
Clearly, you did not, Commissioner Tufano.
I will take exception to that. Thank you.
Corey, do we know how many parks have been sold in Mecklenburg County by the county ever? Do you
I'm
have
not
that number?
familiar with any. I was just gonna add that the spirit of the way that the town was able to lease the property was this open space parkland acquisition grant program that the county initiated. The goal of it was to add more parkland and open space in the county. And that's how, the town bought it, then the county bought it back bought it from the town through that grant program. So again, the spirit of the way that the property became managed by the town definitely supports this remaining a park, I'm going to say in perpetuity. I mean, there are some things that we can't, one example is we do at least plan to pursue part of grant funding, and that is state funding. And through part of grants, the agreement is this space is a park in perpetuity. So, I mean, there are a number of mechanisms. Again, the history of any park being sold, I'm not familiar with any. And again, the spirit of the way that we gained control of the property was in spirit of adding more parkland in Matthews.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
Yeah, that was the point I was gonna make. I mean, I think I just see zero, actually zero benefit for the county to sell it. And I feel like this is nothing more than fear mongering, to be completely blunt.
Commissioner Urban, then I'll come back to you, Commissioner Tufano, to respond to that.
So, I mean, obviously Matthews has the right of first refusal, so that's step number one. Step number two goes to the point with Corey saying sort of the precedent has been set. I would like to hear what Charlie has to say, but also we have to realize that it isn't within the town of Matthews. It would have to go through a rezoning. So, I mean, it would probably get locked down pretty readily, and they'd have a difficult time rezoning the property as well. But I really find that, to your point, highly improbable in relationship that we built with the county. But I mean, it would probably be good to catch up with Charlie, because there's that knowledge base of, I don't know how far this goes back, what, 10, 15, maybe even 20 years.
My suggestion to leave some of these concerns as we defer this till Mr. Buckley comes back. Commissioner Tufano.
But I have a comment. I am not fear mongering. I am a businessman. And we are in the process of spending millions of dollars on a piece of property we don't own. If and when that property is ever sold, I want to recoup those expenses. So don't talk to me about fear mongering. I'm a business person, and if you understood business, you would understand the mitigation necessary in order to recoup any investments that you put
Should I
in.
bring out your article about fear mongering you wrote a few months back?
I think enough is enough.
Let's go, guys. Commissioner Garner.
Corey, when you install park accoutrements, how long do you expect them to last?
Most playground equipment will, of course, depend on where, weathering, usually 10 years, we replace playground equipment. Did I hear your question correct? Yeah, so somewhere between 10 and 12 years, we will replace playground equipment. Certainly structures longer than that, but for the most part, playground equipment, 10 to 12 years.
How long do you think we can expect the Stumptown Park stage to last before
Well,
It's pretty worn, I can tell you that.
it is.
And it has been updated since being built, right? I
We've
mean,
done made a few improvements to it. I believe it was, so we do not have the design documents, but we are presuming it was completed around 1990 or somewhere around there. So it's been standing for 33 years now.
you think it'll be around in 2082?
No, I do not.
Can we get a motion to defer this to next month?
Motion to defer till August 14th.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem McCool, second by Commissioner Urban, and with the instruction to staff to have Mr. Buckley review the contract and to address any of the comments that came up tonight. I'm sorry. Yeah, specifically regarding more information regarding leaseholding improvements and possible reimbursement. I think the county's probably not going to go for that, but it's something we can certainly look at.
Just a note, Mayor, Mr. Buckley did review this agreement prior to his vacation, so he did not have any concerns. I wanted to note that for everyone. He has seen this agreement.
Understand, but we've had some
Yeah.
concerns brought up. I think they should be further addressed.
Sure.
So, any further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? That passes 6-0. Let's go on to item B. Consider supplemental agreement for Sam Newell Road multipurpose path. Ms. Tujenki.
Good evening,
Welcome.
everyone.
Good evening.
I'm glad you all can hear me. My
Yes.
light isn't very good this evening. Hopefully you can see me. I'm going to be presenting two things regarding the Sam Newell multi-use path. And so this is the first agenda item for the supplemental agreement. So here is the Sam Newell path. We've got it on the north side of town. It is basically starts at the lower lot at the elementary school and goes down to Williams Road. Next slide. And so just to give you a little background about this project, we are building this multi-use path, 10-foot multi-use path with an 8-foot planting strip. The original agreement was back in March 2018, and that was through CRTPO, through the Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization. And that was before I was here, and we got about $1 million for that project. Once I came aboard, Susan and I looked at the numbers and we determined that that wasn't enough. It wasn't going to be enough with the escalating costs of everything going on. We decided to apply for more money for CRTPO in July 2019. And that was successful, and the board approved that, and we got the funding, and that total cost was 2.242840, with all but 448,000 and change being reimbursed. Basically, it's a 2080 match that you can see listed below. And so as I started working on this project, so we started design, and we are now through right-of-way, or going through right-of-way, as you've been approving the right-of-way easements for the past 3 or 4 months. So we are now at the point where, we've got to sort of finish up this phase and move on to construction. And as I was looking through our, there's this NCDOT portal, North Carolina Department of Transportation has this accounting portal, and you submit things and you see your account. And as I was watching the numbers, I realized that we didn't have our full $2 million in the account. We had less than that. And I started asking around. I'm like, I don't understand, because the whole project was on the STIP, which is the State Transportation Improvement Program. So all of the dollars, that $2.2 million figure, was on the STIP. I didn't realize that that one part of the NCDOT doesn't talk to the other part of the NCDOT, and we actually need this supplemental agreement, and that I needed to initiate it. So we did initiate it, and that's why we're still moving forward with the project. It was just this paperwork that we didn't get signed off on. So that is why we're here with you tonight on this particular topic. And you want to go to the next. So this is basically, the action is, we've already back in 2019, the board gave us permission to go after the dollars. And so now we're looking for you all to sign off on this agreement, and that I'm happy to answer any questions. And we do have Teresa. She's still with us to talk about any of the financial parts of this if there's any questions.
I don't have a question, but I just want to say thank goodness you're employed by the town of Matthews and Susan as well, and everyone for catching this huge oversight, because you potentially save us a big chunk of money. Maybe your husband should do a feature on it. That's pretty amazing. But thank you very much. We're all grateful. Are there any comments or motions here? Commissioner Tufano.
Yes, I will make a motion to authorize the town manager to sign the EB-5783 supplemental agreement for the Sam Newell multi-use path.
Thank you, Commissioner Tufano. Do we have a second? Second by Commissioner Garner. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. Dana, you're up again.
I am. Okay, so this is, so as I stated before, we are going through right of way right now. So we have, you saw in your consent agenda that there were 2 parcels that were actually on that document, the Stogners and Graham parcel were in that document. And those were the sort of the last 2 in the 11. So basically we've got 14 parcels total. We've got 11 parcels that are now settled, which is great. We have our Kimberly Horn and Associates are the folks that we hired to do this project for us, the design work, and their sub is Telex, and they're the ones who are doing the right-of-way phase. They are the heavy hitters. They know federal regulation. They go out to property owners. They do this federal process. You know, we have a skeleton staff, me, Susan, and Eric, and we just couldn't handle this kind of lift. So they've done, you know, we think a pretty good job of getting those 11 parcels, you know, moving everyone through the process. And we've got 3 parcels that have easements that we need to have settled, but these 3 easements have some stuff that we need to work through. So I guess my big, you know, sort of note to you all is that the 3 parcels, they have 2 owners. The 2 owners, they're not opposed to this project. It's not about them being upset about the multi-use path. They just have some stuff that, you know, we've got to, like I said, contend with. And then I do want to note that we did talk to NCDOT about, well, you know, if we can't come to agreement with these parcel owners, you know, we have these gaps in our network, you know, in this project, what happens? And they basically said to us, my friends at NCDOT, is like, well, if it's not a consistent path, then it doesn't meet purpose and need. Like we need to build it. And so what this does, you know, creating a consistent, you know, successful right-of-way acquisition is we can then get right-of-way certification through NCDOT, and then we can move on to construction. So let's go to the next slide, and I will sort of walk you all through this. So like I said, there are 2 parcel owners, the Garcias and the Haglers. The Garcias own 1 parcel, the Haglers own 2 parcels. The Garcia parcel is vacant. They live in another county. They live in North Carolina, but in another county. And as soon as our right-of-way agents started, you know, talking to them, you know, they call, they, you know, they had a meeting, and the owners of the parcel just basically hired an attorney, and the attorney did not want to negotiate. You know, we gave, you know, right now the recommended offer for the Garcias is $27,395. And there was no counter offer. They didn't say, no, we want X amount of dollars. The attorney then requested the town acquire easement through condemnation. And that's where we are with that parcel. The second parcel, or the last 2 parcels, are the Hagler parcels. And it's 2 parcels with 1 house. The town needs to basically, you know, purchase right away to cross the parcel. We offered them $10,655, and the Hagler family attorney basically said to us, we want 35,000. And that was considerably more than what we had offered. So we, in response, we talked to Becky, and she said, okay, let's, you know, 15,000. And so we, you know, as a compromise, we said 15,000. And now basically the town attorney is saying they won't budge if it's 35 or, or condemnation, is basically what they're saying. And so, at this point, we felt really good about those 11 parcels. We are sort of at a crossroads now. We need you all to help us through this part and give us some guidance on what you want us to do. I think it's, the 35,000 is a lot more than what we would have offered. And we didn't feel comfortable when we talked to Becky. We, as staff, we wouldn't feel comfortable giving them $35,000 without you all saying that was appropriate. And then just a quick little note about condemnation. Basically what happens is the town attorney will file condemnation if we choose for either of these parcels. It basically, you file it at the clerk of court, and then the town basically does the appraised amount. So you see on both of those bullets, the appraised amount, and that's what the check would be at the clerk of court. And any time that owner can take that check, but that doesn't mean that they don't continue for negotiate that monetary settlement. They, basically it goes potentially to mediation so that there is a negotiation. And then the town will be allowed to move forward with the project. So as soon as the town deposits that money in the clerk of court, then we staff can move forward with project because we've been able to give the money, the appraised amount, to the courts. So it's a function of keeping the project on track, if you will. Can you go to the next slide? Okay, so this is basically the staff would like direction from the Board of Commissioners on how to proceed with the remaining 3 easements. Next slide. So this is a map. Thank you, Darren, for pulling this together for me. We have the pink parcels are the ones that are settled. So CMS at the top of the screen, that's where Crown Point Elementary, they donated that parcel, right? Perfect. The red one below is the Hagler Hagler parcels, and those are 2 different parcels. You see the one with the house on it, and then the additional parcel. The yellow parcels are going to be that 10-foot multi-path will be developed by the developer who's developing that parcel. And then you see all the pink ones, and then the red one on the south side of the page is the Garcia parcel. So, and then you see the rest of the parcels down towards Williams. We are excited that we're sort of this far along, and we're hopeful that we can, sort of figure out the rest of the right of way. And when you go to the next slide for me. Thank you. Okay, so we just wanted to give you a sort of a snapshot of all the parcel owners, how much their final settlement was. You can see the 2 parcels that is to be determined, TBD, parcel 5 and parcel 12 and 13. You can see the initial offer we gave everyone, and then the handful of appraisals that were done. There are 2 different kinds of easements that we are working with these landowners on. Some are temporary construction easements and some are permanent sidewalk easements. So those are the calculations of the acreage for each of those. So in a nutshell, we are looking for guidance from you all, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I'll start by giving my opinion. Since I've been an elected official, I've never been involved in a condemnation. It's always been like a 4-letter word that I kind of ran from. But I think in this case, these 2 property owners are being unreasonable, and we're spending taxpayer dollars, and I'm not comfortable giving them, 10 times what the land is worth, because we're spending taxpayers' dollars here. So I would be in favor of condemnation.
And Mayor, I do want to add to that point, it does cost money for condemnation. So there is some, we will have to pay, it's about 10 to 15,000 per family, if you will, in additional legal fees that we have to do, just so you understand the whole picture.
Commissioner Tufano.
Yeah, there's nothing we can do about the Garcia parcel. They're committed to condemnation, so that's a done deal. In my one-on-one with Dana, my rationality was that the difference in what we offered them and the difference in what they want is really just 20 $1,000. We were offered 15,000 and they're wanting 35. So the question we have to ask is it worth going through court and condemnation and legal fees and all of that business to save this $20,000 difference? Are we going to end up spending more and more aggravation and time? And the reason I'm saying all of this is because the entire reimbursement from NCDOT is contingent upon these properties being available. So is it worth the $20,000 extra to go through condemnation? And that's the question. And of course, the other property, we have nothing to say about it because they're demanding to go through condemnation.
Well, Dana said the cost would be $10,000 to $15,000, so there would be a $5,000 savings to the taxpayer.
Well, we just spent 150,000 out of general fund, so I don't think another 5,000 to stop the aggravation for the town is worth even bickering over.
I have a real problem with the equity. These other folks sold their land at very reasonable prices, and we're going to give a king's ransom to people because they decided to lawyer up. I'm not in favor of that.
So I heard a question. Was the question for staff? Because I have an answer. Or was the question for everyone else? From
You're the
Commissioner
expert,
Tavano?
so yeah, I'm sure it's for you, so.
So that my answer to that question is once we file for condemnation, we can move forward with the project. If we don't file for condemnation, we still have to go through the whole signing of the paperwork, and there's still a lot of time we have to spend with property owners to give this $35,000. Since we're already filing for condemnation on one, from where Dana and I sit, whether we file condemnation for one or file for two, it's the time for us, it's the same duration.
Can we go back to what other people sold their property for?
Sure.
This is where I have real heartburn. I mean, you can see what other people were paid and we're going to pay them $35,000. I mean, that's grossly unfair, if nothing else. Commissioner Tafano.
Yeah, I mean, I see your point. I mean, it's definitely unfair. But here's the issue. It's a dollar and cents issue. If it costs us $10,000 to $15,000 in a condemnation process, we pay that 10 or 15,000. At the end of the condemnation, we still have to pay them for the property. So on top of the property, correct?
Pay them the value that it's appraised at. Is that right?
Well, and we're going to end up at the same cost to the town is basically what I'm trying to say is there's a value to the property. We offered them 15,000. DOT is saying that they were going to offer 10,600. So here we are, we're going to go through all this condemnation process, even though we can go forward with it right away. And all of the agita, as we say in Italian, that it causes us to go through. Are we going to end up saving any money? Because we're going to pay the property owner and the condemnation fees.
Parcel 12 and 13 were appraised at $22,150. And if I understand correctly, that's what they'll get paid. Is that correct? Or it could go to mediation.
I'm sorry, is that question for me?
Or for
The
Susan.
question is for the attorney, I think.
Okay, I apologize.
Because I want to be clear. I mean, if it's going to cost us $50,000 then I think Commissioner Tafano's got a point, but I'm not seeing where I think it would be cheaper to condemn in my view. Plus you can go forward with the project. But do you have an opinion on that, Craig?
I mean, we could spend a few minutes talking about the advantages and disadvantages. I mean, when you file condemnation, that means you're no longer trespassing and you can move forward. There's opportunities to settle. I mean, sometimes when you condemn, the property owner will go ahead and accept a number at some point. So what I'm slightly confused about is the appraisal was $2,150 on parcel 12 and 13. Why was our initial offer 10,000?
That was DOT's
That's
formula.
the DOT formula.
And we went to 15 and they said no.
Say my experience with DOT is they tend to be too conservative. The city of Charlotte, which we do a lot of condemnation work for, tends to be more reasonable to the property owner.
Well,
Again, we're talking about easements. We're not talking about a total taking, because that does affect.
Well, in this case, we offered them 15, so we offered them 7 times what it's worth, and they said no. I mean, they're being unreasonable in my
But again, we're talking about easements, not, but an easement, it's what's the value of the property before and what's the value of the property after. So you can go either way.
Well, we
You're
have
right
some,
about saving money. I mean, you're gonna save money. But again, about everybody says we want all the inflated prices. I mean, that's,
So that was the basis behind the 15 that we offered as well, was we were thinking the appraised value is this, it's going to cost us this much to file for condemnation. It's going to be approximately 15,000. So that's what we offered them. And they said no. So we think it might cost us around 15,000 to go to condemnation on those
the
two
property
parcels.
owner has the same problem. They're usually gonna pay a contingency fee to their attorney, so they're gonna lose a third as well.
you know, the attorneys are, Craig.
Absolutely.
Well, what's the view of the board? It's getting late, folks. Commissioner Urban.
So quickly on that, we gotta realize it's the temporary construction easement is 0.089 acres. The actual final permanent sidewalk easement is 0.030. So it's 1,297 square feet. It's $27 a square foot. They're valuing their property at $1.1 million. But I get the sort of, in business, we always weigh that risk assessment. We want to pay the attorney fees and this and that. And a lot of
Right,
times
sure,
you don't
sure.
do it. The only problem in the governmental side of this conversation is if you acquiesce in this situation, knowing that you're probably net gain, net loss is probably zero, and no one's going to come out of this smelling really good, is the next time you go for other easements,
Sure.
you're setting a bad precedent. And so you're struggling to deal with Graylock Road, and you're struggling to deal with the next road because that sets the precedent that will give you 3 times the amount of money to make this thing throw. So, and you can shake your head no, but people do that. So, I mean, I think if the issue is we have to condemn one piece of property, they're going to have to do the same amount of paperwork, doing that 2 sets at the same time. If there's a savings there, that attorney is going to do 2 condemnations. I think we just have to sort of sit there and approach it in that fashion. We also have to realize that these homeowners, the value of their property is going to go up because they're getting a very nice improvement
Right.
of a sidewalk
Right.
as well. So I just, I think this is more of a political conundrum than it's a dollar and cent conundrum, because I think everybody's going to lose in the end anyway.
Yeah, I just don't think these folks are being reasonable. They're not reasonable. They're unreasonable in my viewpoint and what they're demanding for the property. Commissioner Garner, you got a point?
I just keep going back to what you were saying about equity. It just, to me, gives a message of being unfair to everybody else who has been willing to work with us, that, it's just feel like we're just handing over money because
No,
somebody
I
doesn't.
think for Commissioner Urban's point, next time everybody's gonna say, hey, condemn me. I mean, I want 100 grand for my property. I think it's a bad precedent. Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
I guess I'll make a stab at making a motion that we go to condemnation on the easements on the Garcia parcel, which is tax parcel 193-134-15, and the 2 Hagler parcels, which are parcel 193-134-18 and 193-134-19. Is there a cost that I need to put in there? Nope.
Is that
Okay.
sufficient, Lori?
She seems happy.
She's looking at the clock. We have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that. And I guess there's also the opportunity is when you go to those homeowners and say, board decided to condemn, they could go, whoa, wait a second. I think that 10 grand was a really nice number. So, I mean, we just don't know. Okay, that's fine.
Commissioner Tefano?
Just wanted to be clear that I was making an attempt to go through the process of reasoning. I'm going to go ahead and vote to go ahead and condemn these properties. The dollar amount comes out exactly the same, in my opinion. I can see the points that were raised, and I'll be in favor of this proposition. Thank you.
All right, there's no, Commissioner Hoover. I
Just
tried to sneak a vote in.
Just a quick question. What you said, if they did say, oh, no, we'll settle now, would we settle for the 15,000?
That was the last offer on the table. I think you would have to.
Okay.
you'd have
I
to
think so. If
abide
we
by
need to make that part of the motion, that's a good point.
Okay.
Hopefully they would. I mean, they'd be really smart to. I
Do
would.
you want me to amend my motion?
Well,
Is
I
that,
don't
the way it
know that you
goes?
would want to do that.
Yeah, you don't want to lock yourself in.
no, that's right. We don't want to
You
do that.
don't, no,
We
no,
don't wanna do
no. You all haven't
But
been in court
fair
long.
point,
You've
fair
never been
point.
in court before, huh?
I've not been in court, but I watched Judge Judy. Okay. Let me call for the vote. All in favor? All opposed? Thank you. Good discussion. We'll go on to the mayor's report. Be short and sweet. What do we got? Oh, man. Sorry, sorry, Susan. Consider use of LED lights on warning sign. Sounds like a great idea, I think.
Definitely not on Morningside, though. Yeah, I'm super excited about this item and you're going to skip it, Mayor. All right, Mayor.
I'm sorry, it's been a long night.
Mayor Pro, really excited to talk to you tonight about one of the oddball things that crosses my desk every other day. And also a fun part of my job is working with Matthews Police Department to help resolve safety issues on our streets. So this is a flashing beacon request at this signal, which is at Forward Lane and Pavilion View Deer Crossing. This is where the Matthews Glen community is on either side of Forward Lane, and they use this signal to cross back and forth with their community. And this sidewalk here you see in the foreground is heavily used by the residents and the workers there at Matthews Glen. The community came to the town, Matthews Police Department, with a concern about red light running, particularly when people are in the crosswalk attempting to cross the street when the pedestrian has the walk signal. So these pedestrians I've observed are very compliant. They push the button and they wait and they cross on the walk signal. But they feel like they've seen many times drivers running the red light in both directions, really, but mostly in this direction where you see that vehicle coming at us. That would be the southbound direction. The community requested a rectangular rapid flashing beacon be added to the crosswalk. That is the device that is at the Greenway crossing on John Street, where the pedestrian pushes the button and it's the rapid kind of stutter flash. That's what they requested at this crosswalk. Well, unfortunately, we don't put those devices at traffic signals. Those are for mid-block crossings and unsignalized crossings. So what can we do here at this signalized crossing? While we brainstormed what to do, the police department put out their driver feedback. We call it the speed trailer, where it tells you how fast you're going. So they set that out here on the southbound direction. And I took some measurements, and sight distance of the signal is met in both directions. So I thought, well, maybe people aren't seeing the signal and that's why they're running the red, but the sight distance is met. So police department and I discussed solutions, and I called some trusted traffic nerds to see what they came up with. And this is our preferred proposal. Each direction has this signal ahead warning sign. Right now, it's just a plain sign that's up there. It has the signal, and it's 800 feet in advance of the signal in both the northbound and the southbound directions. What you can do is put an add-on border flashing LED. We have these at the stop signs at Northeast Parkway and Windsor Square. The stop sign flashes continuously. And then we also have these border LEDs on Northeast Parkway at the Bainbridge Apartments, which is now called Matthews Corner, I think. Matthews Square, yes. You don't see that much because it's not a through street yet, but it will be hopefully soon, cross your fingers. And that's where we are testing kind of this border LED application. And I could go into details about the couple different ways to do it, but basically what the community and police department and I decided on was this radar option. So it's going to be a dark sign as a vehicle approaches. Well, it's retroreflective, but when a vehicle approaches, then the LEDs would start blinking in a pattern in conformance with the manual and uniform traffic control devices. It sets out how many blinks per minute. So every car that approaches, whether it's a red signal or a green signal, this sign will start flashing at them. Hey, look out, signal ahead. I'm hoping that they'll let off the gas just a little bit, because in this direction, you see that little rise. in the roadway. That could obscure some of the signal as you're coming from 51, you go down the hill by the school and you're up the hill and then you go down again. So it's a downhill approach to the signal. I'm hoping they let off the gas a little bit when that sign starts flashing at them and they think, oh, maybe there's a red light ahead. So we would like to put it just in the southbound direction only. The northbound direction has a half-mile sight distance. Like you can see that signal, there's nothing obstructing it. But this southbound direction might be a little problematic for some people. So we're hoping that it'll help with that little slight rise in the roadway in that downhill direction. Now I called NCDOT because we had some questions about the signal cabinet. Well, the DOT says, we recommend this device. We recommend the circular beacons because their interpretation of the manual and uniform traffic control devices is that the border LED is only for pedestrian warning signs. Now, I included some excerpts in your packet. I interpret it. It says that it can be used for warning signs. So the DOT and I shockingly disagree on something. And so I felt compelled to share with you, the DOT recommends this device. So we have circular beacons at the crosswalk at the Greenway on South Trade Street. It's a pedestrian beacon, but it's got the big yellow flashing lights. So that's what they recommended. That's a standard device. It's wired into the cabinet. There's underground cabling. There's a signal designer needed. It's a big deal to put in these circular beacons. I like the easy solution better, frankly, because as I said, the MUTCD, it does allow for the border LEDs, even though it doesn't specifically call out the signal ahead warning signs. So here's where I'm headed at today. I would like for you to approve the use of the border LEDs in our right of way because the manual doesn't specifically say it. So we may or may not be specifically covered under national liability if we retrofit this sign. So you all agree, yep, we like it. Yep, the manual does talk about border LEDs. We think it's okay. There's not a safety issue if we install these border LEDs and put it on in our right of way. So you can say yes or no. If you say yes, then this would be the retrofit solution. If you say no, we don't want to accept liability for the border LEDs, then the circular beacon would be the only solution left. Now, the community is committed to funding the equipment installation. And then once we accept that equipment install, then it would just be the maintenance on the radar and the LEDs after the maintenance is accepted. Happy to answer any questions.
I don't know that I have a question. I have a couple comments. First of all, I support this, anything that would make the crossing safer. However, having driven by the flashing sign near Commissioner Tefano's house, I drive by there several times a day. With all the flashing going on, people totally ignore that. I see people almost get hit there daily. I mean, as people just keep on flying right through, they don't even think, even with it's flashing. So I really think you need like when you rent a car and the thing comes up and it says, don't back up. That's what you need. You need to put up, you're going to blow all your tires out because people are just ignoring this stuff all over town, no matter what, all the different ones you mentioned. I see it right here outside this building downtown. People fly right through that don't even slow down a bit. And we're going to have another person killed. I'm concerned if we don't do something. Fully support this. I'm not sure it's going to be real successful because I don't see a lot of success. I mean, there's people that just don't know to slow down and they just fly right through. I know Mark probably sees it every day near his house. They don't stop. They just don't. I mean, I don't know if we need more police enforcement or what, but we're going to have somebody get hit and seriously injured or killed if we don't address this, in my opinion. But I'm all for this. I'll shut up now. Mr. Tefano.
Yeah, cost. I don't see a cost on here. They're paying for it. All right. So here's where my question comes in is if they're in disagreement with you and we make this road swap with Trade Street, is there a potential they'll yank it out?
Yank what out specifically?
Whatever we're installing here, because when it becomes their road.
Oh, the DOT?
Yes, when Fullwood becomes their road.
So, right. So there is that potential. The likely scenario is that when the DOT takes over Fullwood and they see this LED device. I'm hoping by then the manual will address it. But what the likely scenario is that they'll put it under encroachment, which means that we'll sign a document with them saying that we are liable for this device, we will maintain this device, and they're not liable for the device. And if for some reason they view it's a hazard for some reason, then they could disassemble the LEDs. But the more likely scenario is that we'll just sign an encroachment agreement with them saying that that's our device.
Okay. Thanks.
Commissioner Urban?
So the only DOT just makes up all sorts of lovely rules, but the problem I have is the word you use is liability.
Mhm.
And so, you know, Greg, put your fingers in your ears, and attorneys will sue anybody for anything. So there's an accident occurs and they come back and say, well, that's not the strictest interpretation of what you should have put there. And so they sue us, they sue Axe, they sue everybody. If you put in what transportation folks they put in, my guess is that assuages a lot of that problem, even though you can still get sued. So, I mean, I know you're joking around with this word. That's my only fear is that.
But isn't this an enhancement over nothing?
No. There's the other one she's showing that's in the manual.
We don't have to do anything. So
Well,
this is better than
That's true,
nothing.
but when you do something, you immediately accept that liability.
Right. And that's why I wanted to bring it to you.
And-
Because you all have to say, yes, we accept this liability and decide, is it dangerous? Is it not dangerous? Are we willing to go into court saying, we believe this device is safe?
You know, because then you go to court, it's Susan and our 10 professionals that say one thing, and it's their 10 professionals that say, well, you know, it really isn't in the manual this way. This is what you're supposed to be doing. And then to sort of Mr. Tufano's point, we've already spent $75,000 in attorney fees and we haven't gotten anywhere. So I'm just being ultra conservative
I
here.
understand. Speaking for myself, that is more alarming and gets my attention more than two yellow orbs above and below. When I see that, I'm like, whoa, what's going on?
That's true when it activates, because the one on Windsor and one on Northeast Parkway or whatever, everybody ignores it now because it's just sort of like another sign that does a dance. You know, it's doing it all the time. You're like, yeah.
So there is a precedent of the town having these border LEDs in the right of way.
Yeah.
Already.
I'm just raising that issue. It might be an interesting.
Mr.
thought.
Garner.
I'm sorry, maybe I missed this, but what has Matthews Glen said that they prefer, or have they said, have we given them?
We've come to an agreement on this device, and I apologize. I should have bolded it in the presentation that we have worked very closely. They've been great. I've worked with them every step of the way. Every time I have a conversation, I let them know. So they preferred, what they wanted was a push button actuated flashing beacon, which I liked that idea, but that requires wiring it into the cabinet and the signal designer and all the conduit. And so they agreed that in this case, simpler is probably better. And so this radar LED is what they agreed to.
I mean, I guess our option is to say, you know, well, I'm just reframing this from what you have said, is that we have to think of it as telling Matthews Glen, if they want something, this is what you can pay for, right? And so is it going to be the easier, more affordable option, or are we going to tell them that if they want something to potentially save a life, that it has to be the more expensive round light?
Right. Or the do nothing option
Or the
is also an option.
I mean, I guess in my mind, do nothing is probably not a burden I want on my shoulders.
Yes, the question is, did they talk to their legal counsel about how they would want to defend their position?
I do not know the answer.
And
to
you
that.
would hope that they would have done that.
There's a lot of people copied on
Oh
the
my
emails, so I don't know who all.
I'm sure there were hundreds of opinions.
I would, my point again would be that this is an enhancement over to what's there now. So it's an improvement. I don't see how we could be sued for making an improvement to something that's allowed without any lights on it. I mean, I'd be fine with doing this, but I'm one of six tonight. So what's the consensus of the
Make
board?
sure I'm not around. I mean, Craig, is that not, I mean, even though there's nothing there, if you make an improvement, they could very easily pierce that argument. Yes. But if you have, it's indisputable that it's sitting on the transportation guideline, it's in black and white, it says right here, this is what you use. It spreads the liability around and really takes the pressure off.
Well, this device is going to be known as the Habino-Woolard traffic
Well, there you go.
indicator. Commissioner Tufano.
Yes, help me understand where this is going to be placed. So if I'm on South Trade and Fullwood going toward 51 in that direction, you call it south, I think.
So the warning sign that exists is right here across from Abington. So it's as you're coming down from 51, it would be on this warning sign is the one that we want to install.
I gotcha.
When you're coming from trade up, you can see that signal right about here. You can see that signal for about 1,000 feet.
Got it. Got it.
Completely unobstructed. So we could do both, but in talking with Axe, my recommendation is just for this one. Because
Okay.
as the mayor says, like the more you see, the more, kind of become numb to it.
Okay, thank you.
What's the will of the board? Anybody want to make a motion? Do we need to go back and get more information? What do you want?
Urban's point, maybe what would be the cost difference, and ask them if they would be willing to make the cost difference for the DOT approved sign.
Yeah, so I can get those quotes. I have a request out to a supplier for the quote on the border LEDs, so I can try and get quotes for both and then try and get a signal designer. I could probably pull from a recent estimate as to what a signal modification would cost.
Come back to us in a month.
And come back in a month. I can do that.
Yeah,
I'll come to the second meeting in August. There wasn't a second meeting this month. Normally you would see me on the second meeting of the
Okay,
month.
Okay, that'll work.
thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you all.
Thank you, board members. Now, is there anything else? I think I'm ready for the.
You sure?
I think so. I just wanted to say that many of you, I know Commissioner Tufano, Commissioner Hoover, Mayor Pro Tem McCool, and I, and maybe others were in attendance at the July 4th Bits and Bytes celebration. It was a great band. There was a huge crowd. I just wanted to give kudos to all town staff, Leanne Moore, Corey King, our police department, everybody out there. There was one complaint. It was incredibly hot, but I think that's not staff's problem. It was a really warm night. But we had a wonderful fireworks display, and just as always, just amazed what a fantastic job Melissa Johnson, the whole crew were out there, and they worked all day in the heat and did a fantastic job. The only other thing I want to remind everybody is we have something called filing for elections coming up, and any of you that care to run again or run for a different position, filing is through noon on July 21st. It's my hope that I think this is going to be maybe a more contested election, and I hope that we can debate ideas and not personalities, as I've said in the past, but we'll see. So we'll, by the time we meet again, we're not going to have a second meeting in July. So we'll meet on August 14th, and we'll know the table will be set for who's running for what. So that's all I have. I'm pretty sure we don't have a town attorney's report, but I'll ask Craig, you have a report for us tonight?
You're very impressive.
Hey, let's make sure you put that in the record. All caps, very impressive board, Craig Bowie. Okay. Town manager report.
No town manager's report.
Second. Do we have a second? Okay. I wasn't seconding. Okay. All in favor? All opposed? Thank you. Good night. You didn't vote? Well, you can